Hello everyone and welcome to this commentary on the London Chess Classic XTX Markets 2025 ProBiz Cup. Let's have a look. What is the ProBiz Cup? Well, I've prepared some sneaky graphics for you, so let's have a look how that goes. So the ProBiz Cup, it's pairs chess basically, where you play as a pair, playing moves alternately. And the pro element is that it's all the pro players from the London Chess Classic Elite Tournament, and the amateur players are normally players from the business world, but there's also some rather strong juniors involved as well. So how does the schedule of play look? That's how it looks. So we're waiting for round 1, 11:30. The timings are always a little bit more flexible somehow, Ed. I mean, the emphasis is on enjoyment and also just being a nice all-round occasion. So these won't be exactly fixed somehow, but first round around about 11:30, and you know, round 2, round 3. Let's have a little look then to see. Oh, let me just bring up the chat there, just in case anyone is watching there. Oh, 6 people, that's great. Do give a shout if you're watching, just so that I know that it's working. I think it is. And yeah, the tournament, it's 20 minutes for all moves plus 5 seconds increment. No conferring, but there is the possibility of a timeout. So that you can, you know, you can consult with your as an amateur, you can consult with your player, and he can either steer you away from something, or as always normally happened when I played this, I can tell my player the wrong thing, and he can just play the wrong move. Quite tough. I always found the timeouts was something that was introduced a little bit later, and yeah, some players are really clever at making good use of it. Levon Aronian, always had the feeling, was excellent. I was not so good at that somehow. I'm not quite sure I'm good at explaining what I'm doing or what we should be doing. So 2 timeouts maximum. And then these are the players. So we've got the first pair is Nikita Vichugov and Yuri Bedny. Ah, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Paul Pusher. Super, brilliant, fantastic. That's what we like to have. That's going to be quite a strong pair. Nikita Vichugov obviously plays for England nowadays. Yuri Bedny hasn't played, as far as I can see, for about 20 years, but was around 2300 when he was. So they are actually going to be playing against the pairing of Alireza Firouzja, and we know who she is, Natasha Regan, my co-author for Game Changer and well-known broadcaster. We do the Talented Tuesday podcast together. Do take a look at that on the ECF website. So that's going to be a really interesting matchup there. I think all 4 players pretty aggressive. Maybe Nikita is the least aggressive of all of them. So so that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Then Gawain Jones with Colm O'Shea. I think Colm has played a number of times in this event. This is quite a setup. Luke McShane, English Grandmaster, one of England's top players for many years, with Supratit Banerjee, who's featured on our Talented Tuesday podcast. Very strong player, having a good tournament at London Classic. Sam Shankland against Daniel Lindner. Daniel, actually, I know quite a bit about Daniel because back in, I think it was 2013, we won the Pro Biz together, beating a very strong pairing of David Howell and Ali Mortazavi, English international master, in the decisive game with black, and we played beautifully together. I have to say, thought Daniel really, really played well in pairs chess. So I think this is going to be quite a strong pairing. I think. Then Linier Dominguez, American Grandmaster, come over just for the occasion with Justin Baptiste. I think Justin played with Levon Aronian a couple of years ago, and he's played this event a lot. Strong player. Nicolas Theodorou, Greek Grandmaster, playing in the elite event with Jeremy Hodgson, Julian Hodgson's brother. Jeremy's played this event a number of times. Jeremy's not as strong as Julian, thank goodness, but also a good strong attacking player. So that'll be tough. This is an interesting pairing: Pavel Ilyanov and Kai Hanash, English junior Kai. Lovely opportunity for him to play with strong, very strong Ukrainian grandmaster Pavel Ilyanov. Should be very, very interesting. Should learn a lot, I think, from that. Michael Adams with Chris Clark. I think Chris is a player who hasn't played very much recently. Playing with Mickey is always a great experience. I think Mickey's excellent in this sort of chess. Very clever, very good at. That's right. I think he is playing the rapid. I think he's also been doing or going to do some commentary as well, I believe. So that's a nice little bonus, really. I mean, 2740 player basically. So then another very interesting pairing, Abhimanyu Mishra, one of the world's youngest grandmasters, again together with Bodhana Shivanandan. Bodhana is 10, I think, one of England's most promising juniors. Really strong player, very, very tough, very determined, and playing in the Open, just her 9th round game just after this one. So mad on chess, lovely. Now, Nordibek Abutsatarov, the runaway leader of the elite event with 6 consecutive wins, playing with a very interesting player, Rajko Vujatovic, very aggressive player. So that's going to be a pairing to watch. Rajko's played in this event many times as well with success. Then we have Ali Reza Firuza with Natasha. I heard that Ali Reza is running very late. There's some sort of taxi problem. I'm not quite sure what that is, but he's anyway. That's so that's going to interfere a little bit with their preparation for the first game. And then it's Malcolm Payne, director of this event, and very well known in English chess, international master, together with Chase Tessima, who I believe is sort of coming back to chess after a long break away. So this is obviously a lovely event to play in like that. So let me just bring myself back there. I hope that's given you a good overview of the event. Really nice event. Let me just share my screen now and just do that. And I will get you the pairings. Haha, there we are. Let me just put that link in the chat, just to there we are, just so that you can see it there, and also so that I've got it there as well. So what are the pairings here? We've got let me just I'm just going to move my screens around a little bit there. That's good, isn't it? Yeah. We've got Rajko and Nordibek against Bodhana and Mishra. Then we've got Natasha and Ali Reza with white against Yuri and Nikita. Daniel Linder, Sam Shankland against Jeremy Hodgson, Nicolas. Theodoru. Then Kolmoshe, making some problems with the graphic, with the characters there. And Gawain against Supratit and Luke. That's going to be interesting. Interesting matchup, that one. Justin and Lanier against Michael and Chris. And then Chase and Malcolm against Kai and Pavel. I mean, to be honest, these are really strong matchups, I have to say. I think I'll be because it's 20 minutes. I think I can. That's right. Every second move. So the professional starts, plays the first move, and then the amateur plays the second move, and then yeah, and then it carries on: professional, amateur, professional, amateur. No conferring. But there are those 2 timeouts that you can take. I mean, I have to say, just the one thing that I noticed the most was that you know, it's hey, Spielmann, 1647. So is that yeah, especially converting advantages is quite tough. When you're facing tough resistance. I remember in this game of Daniel and mine against Cole Moshe, that's been corrected, against David and Ali in the final. We were a couple of pawns up, I think, but so tough to keep the line of converting advantages somehow. I was so proud of ourselves. Also with the clock ticking down as well. It was really, really tough. But yeah, no, it's that's quite difficult to do somehow. But also very important for the strong player to, you know, to really give confidence to the normally weaker amateur player. To be honest, I just had a lovely time with Daniel because he just he was playing so well. I mean, it was really I didn't have to change anything really. It was Rudolf Spielmann's book. Yeah, that is a lovely book, isn't it? Rudolf Spielmann was a really nice author. Really good, I mean, really excellent player as well. Sort of player who got better and better with age, virtually. So really very impressive player. There's a nice biography of him, by the way. First ever on well, Elkin Ruby does a lot of nice books like this, and it was a very nice biography. Also had a tragic life, Spielmann. Basically, well, apparently, I believe starved to death in Stockholm in 1940, just destitute during the war. So yeah, quite tragic as well. But very friendly person, very personable, good attacking player, and very strong player. Waiting for the broadcast to begin. I'm not quite sure what how this will work out. It may be that I pause the stream during lunch. I'm not 100% sure. I might just carry on as well. We'll see how it goes. The games have started. Daniel Lindner, Sam Shankland. Just notice that one first. Yeah. Daniel is a C4 G3 player, and he always liked Botvinnik systems, so with C4 and E4. So not surprised. In general, you know, the professional player will follow the openings of the amateur to, you know, because the professional should know pretty much how to play everything, and you know, the amateur is more comfortable with his stuff. I mean, I once had I played also with Terry Chapman as well, which was really nice. We really enjoyed playing with Terry, but he was playing G3 Kings Indians, and I found that difficult to play against. We were doing really well actually, but we lost to Kramnik and was it Yuri actually in the I think, you know, that was kind of the final in a way. But yeah, it was that was a little bit tough for me, those G3 Kings Indians. But I had a great time working together with Terry, I have to say. Okay, so Natasha against Ali Reza. Yeah, I mean, Yuri, very aggressive player in his youth. So I would say normally that you could expect that will happen too. I think you don't really change your style. Yeah, Shankland's got chessable courses on everything, I think. It's so, but this is I think this is a good choice against aggressive player like Yuri. I think you just really want to get your queenside develop, play a bit schematically, and Fianchetto's quite good. Keep your king safe and just play on the queen side. This is a very nice. I like this variation for white. So I like this choice of Natasha and Ali Reza. Natasha's played the Reti quite a lot. I mean, in a youth, it was all King's Gambits, and the Birds is another big opening. But this is a good to start with. So yeah, excellent. I'm guessing then that B5. This will have been Ali Reza's move. Which is quite an interesting one, actually. A3 would be quite normal as well, but yeah, B5. So let's have a look, just walking through these. We've got some openings being played pretty quickly here. Raiko and Nordibek playing the Exchange Slav, interestingly enough. Probably meant against the kids, this one, I guess. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, Badana. Let me see if I can bring this up for you. I was doing some different style reports. Yeah, let's have a look at this one. I can just show you. It's a little bit weird, but you'll enjoy this when I see it. Let me just share my screen. I'm just going to try and share my screen there. Share my screen. Share. There we are. Style report from Chessbase. I've been doing these on various players, and this is Badana. And can you just see this? Aggressiveness, low, risk 0%, but tenacity, positional play, endgame play. For a 10-year-old, that is absolutely extraordinary, I have to say. And actually, there's very few English players like that. So you can really see she's got a particular set of skills. So yeah, actually, the Exchange Slav, then from that point of view, I don't think that's particularly worrying for Badana, even though you'd think these are kids will just play quietly like that. So there we are. That was quite interesting. Let's have a look. Wait a minute. No, this one's moved somehow. Let's see. Supratit and Luke against Gawain and Colmoshe. So Supratit 1e6 has been one of his openings indeed. We've seen him play 1e5 and the Petrov as well. But 1e6, I don't think Petrov might have been a bit better for Luke. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, don't worry about the don't worry about the percentages. The percentages are all a bit weird on there, but I just use it to sort of see the gradations. If you look at Natasha, you'll see her aggressiveness is off the scale as well somehow. So this is quite a solid French, basically. But Luke plays the Tarash from the white side, so I think he'll be well up to date there. Of course, professionals, tend to know pretty much everything about a lot about everything. But yeah, there are some things like that that are easy to play. Let's have a look at Chase and Kai. Oh, there's a piece. A piece has gone already, I think. Oh yeah, a piece was trapped there. Difficult. But that's strange, isn't it? Wouldn't Queen G3 have been? Wouldn't Queen G3 have been Malcolm's move? I'm not sure. Maybe that's not quite there. But anyway, the big problem at the moment for Chase and Malcolm there with a piece disappearing. We haven't looked at Justin and Lanier against Michael and Chris. So Michael having the unusual experience of playing a Najdorf as black. I don't think I've ever seen that happening. I was always playing the Najdorf against him as black, but never seen that. One interesting moment to show is this move knight takes c6, which is was always thought to be quite poor for white because you bring an extra black pawn towards the center, which makes d5 easier. rook on the b file against the b2 pawn, but the engines have sort of revolutionized this really, and yeah, they've really they've really shown that this is a viable alternative. Interesting choice there. No d5, but c5 from Mickey and Chris, and that's not bad at all. Actually, White's going to take a little bit of time just to get going. I think there. So they're actually doing pretty well. And look, they played really fast, 19 minutes. That's pretty good. Okay. So we've got this sort of position for Daniel and Sam. I think Daniel will be very happy. He's a quiet player, a positional player, and he's got his little edge with this bishop that he loves cutting across there. So I think they're going to be very happy with this. Let's have a look at Natasha and Yuri. Whoa, this is quite interesting for White, I have to say. Good play here, I think, from both, combining nicely. I mean, I think some b6 and knight e4s and aiming for these squares are going to be coming in. It's quite nice, I think. I think both players are, you know, they're really focusing on keeping White pinned down, on keeping Black pinned down here. And though Nikita may be, I think, reasonably happy to sort of wait around and play, I think Yuri's going to be probably going to be, you know, thinking, I want to start getting at this somehow. So I'm not sure. I would have said kind of be tempted to try and play b6 somehow, but I think White is. I think an important move for White is to play b6 reasonably quickly here. I think you need to do this. I think if you play b6, that's going to be a bit annoying, really. You've got, you know, your bishop pointing here. You're kind of committed on the dark squares somehow. I'm not 100% sure about that judgment. Don't pin me to it, but yeah, that would be quite good somehow. Quiet game from Raiko against Badana. I do have to say, Raiko's a very attacking player normally. He plays all sorts of weird things. So I wouldn't have thought that this position would be to his liking. I think this has been mainly done against the kids, I think. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I think Abimanyu is a bit more of an aggressive player himself as well. But yeah, it's interesting. I think this strategy. So Queen takes d4 played. Interesting. But yeah, maybe we're going to play knight c4. I don't know. I think you've got to be very careful here. Badana's a really good endgame player. She really is. I saw her in the Blitz playing some very nice endgames, and I think you've got to be a little bit careful here. So yeah, very interesting matchup. It's amazing, isn't it? It's really cool, this this thing, because you've got this nice combination of the styles of the stronger player. Of course, you know, professional players of this level are quite very multifaceted, but still, you know, there are the desires that you have, and then there's the style of the amateur player, and of course you really want to try and bring out your amateur player to the best degree somehow. So it's quite tough to get that right somehow. Oh no, sorry. We've moved there somehow. So Colm and Gawain, just a pretty typical structure there. The black player's getting interested with a possible knight g4. Maybe the rook will come over, h4. I think probably I'd be tempted to put the rook over to h4, but I guess the black will maybe look to castle queens. I'm not sure, not quite sure where black's king is going to go. Always a little bit of a difficult feeling for black. You know, where do you put your king in these positions? King side, there's always some feeling of attack, and the queen side does feel very airy, especially with a rook on the 4th rank. So that would be an interesting one. I think Coleman Gawain will be reasonably happy with the openings. Probably easier for White to handle than black, I think. Pavel and Kai doing a good job there. 2 bishops, extra piece. Very tricky for those players there. We've got castle kingside there. Some attacking chances here. D takes c5 played. Interesting to see what how they'll recapture. F takes e5 is the most natural, and rook takes c5. Not okay. Bishop takes f6. Was not expecting that. Interesting. I wonder whether there must have been a specific reason for it. I'm wondering why. Fe and then bishop e7. Okay. I was also vaguely wondering whether there might be a c4 that you could throw in as well, but that would be way too risky. Wonder whether that was maybe that was part of it, that you're worried about c4 in this position somehow. Would that be true? It's not totally bananas, but I don't imagine it would really be working. Okay. So bishop e7, and White's now got to choose his poison for how he's going to attack. Knight e4. Okay. Knight e4. Not sure about that one, because I think we've got c4 now, in actual fact. Yes, he does. Jeremy Hodgson is Julian Hodgson's younger brother, I think. He's in IT. Similar field to me, in actual fact, in IT. And very nice guy. Good attacking player, as you'd expect of a Hodgson. Probably about 2200, I guess, 2100, 2200, something like that. And good player. But c4 here looks quite strong, doesn't it? Because if knight f6, we just take with a bishop. And if he takes f6, we go queen g3. And then afterwards take the bishop. Interesting question as to whether bishop h7 might work out. Takes, check, takes, but that wouldn't, because we'll just have queen f4 and takes. So I think that c4 would be a nice move to throw in, just to get rid of these guys. The only other sort of tricks you have to watch out for always in these positions are these sort of things. But here we've got bishop takes e4, so that wouldn't be dangerous. And well, I could throw in knight f6, but I wouldn't imagine that this will be too dangerous. I mean, this is not going to be mating anytime soon, and well, I guess that king h8 would also have some possibilities as well. So yeah, I think that c4 probably doing quite well there. Let's have a look. Jeremy, this is some serious exchanging off here, but this is going to be quite nice for White. And I do think that Daniel's got a position that he likes somehow. I think we're going to have a capture here. We're going to capture here. Probably rook takes. I think we're probably odds on for a draw here, because I guess that that rook d2 is going to be solid enough there. But no, got to be careful. Always got to be careful here. What's happening here? Oh, okay. This has got a little bit interesting and sharp. Ooh, so e3, bishop d7, f4 play. That's quite a loose move there, I have to say. Yeah, I mean, b6 was an interesting move as well, just to loosen that one up. f4 quite loosening there. So we're going to need some just to be a little bit careful, because we've got a good old knight g4 coming in there as well, if we're not careful. Could be a bit. This could be a little bit worrying somehow. Got a threat against d3, threat against g4. So, oh, d4. Oh, d4. Oh, good lord. That's all pretty aggressive somehow. I would have kept it a bit tighter at the back somehow, but okay. We're going to see. It's all getting very exciting. What you've got to say is that Yuri and Nikita are quite a bit behind on time, so probably trying to keep things going. Oh, good lord. So this ending has gone quite nicely for the two kids. The one thing you can say is that there is the sneaky possibility of a pass pawn there, so you've got to be a little bit careful there with black. That's worked out quite sneaky. A move like g5 would probably be very sensible. It's maybe not your absolute ideal move, but it would stop any future pass pawns. Maybe you can delay that a little bit and try and play f5 to dilute the pawns. That would be ideal, but I'm not sure how you get that somehow. So unless you've got some clever way of playing there. But this should be normally drawn, but should be quite interesting. I certainly don't think the kids are second favourites in this endgame. Yeah, I think it's possible that the amateurs are playing the odd moves. The rules said that the pro played the first move, but possibly that's been turned around. If there's anyone, yeah, if anyone from the tournament is watching, then do let me know. Oh, okay. So, oh, that was interesting, wasn't it? Bishop a5 played. That's an interesting move. And now taking their, oh, okay, this is, you can continue with this. You've got a tiny nibble there with this weak pawn. But again, I think that this suits Daniel down to a T, actually. So, and Sam, yeah, is yeah, good technician, everything. So I think they're going to be very, very happy with this, and it's less fun for Black somehow. I think Jeremy also not really. It's not really his absolute cup of tea. This sort of player. But okay, you know, I mean, you play what you get, of course. Oh, wow. So what did we get here? Knight e4, c4, bishop f1. And then, oh, they went for the wrecking operation there. Rook b1, bishop d3. Yeah, I'm not sure that was a great idea, really, playing c4, c3. Swapping off the queens, it's true, but... well, I mean, there could things against f7 could happen, but those pawns are very weak. I mean, probably would be nice to try and get this bishop round here somehow and start attacking that pawn. If you can do that, then you'll be absolutely fine. Should be equal. Just got to be watch out a little bit though for those weaknesses on the 7th rank there. But let's have a look. Ooh, knight takes c5 played. What's happening here? Well, the point is knight e5, there's queen d8 with the draw there. So going to need some good play there. I guess we're going to take on e5 here with the queen. That's what we want. And after queen c6, we go queen e1 check. And then here, and that should be enough for the win. But a good little fight back from Malcolm and Chase. What have we got here? Oh, we said that the king might have a little bit of worry there. I guess that's fine with the king in the center there, but it's just a little bit uncomfortable, actually, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm not so happy, to be honest. To be honest, I would have been looking for moves like like d4, for example. I'm sure it doesn't work, but it does sort. Well, I don't know actually. Would b4 have worked? Could have been dangerous because here I got rook b1 and takes bishop g5 check, and obviously bishop b4. I've got rook b1 as well, which is going to be quite unpleasant. Could have been that might have been a bit of an unpleasant move, you know, and we just sort of played bishop b3, and here I go rook b1 takes b7. Might have been very dangerous b4, but this is not bad at all. Rook d8 bishop b2 is just leaving you know, all of the advantages of your position basically, and yeah. So I think a difficult position for Luke and Supratit there. Let's have a look at Natasha. How's this going? D takes c4. Well, actually, this has not worked out badly. Oh, we've got some sharp stuff going on there, but knight e4 has happened. And, well, I expect that Natasha and Ali Reza are going to play bishop takes c5 or even a bishop takes c5, I guess. If b6, you play bishop d4, get rid of those dark squares, and then you're nice and safe here. Very interesting position, I have to say. Even knight c5 is quite interesting, maybe. But I think then you'd fall for takes, and bishop d4. So I think bishop c5 is, yeah, played. Good. Well done. And look at that time, 16 minutes to 10. And yeah, this is just a complicated position. Black's got to be careful, right? h3 played. I'm sure that the move played at that speed, I'm sure that was Ali Reza. He's playing very fast, I'm sure. I'm sure Natasha will be just I mean, first game she doesn't play that much. Good player, Ali Reza, but Natasha, but she doesn't play that much, so she'll be just making sure that she you know, doesn't blunder anything. You know, that's always the thing. Just when you don't play much, you just you know, first couple of games got to get into it somehow. So no, this is good. This is looking like good stuff somehow. I think White's just might even be a bit better somehow with this queen side. Excellent. And interesting also to see. Maybe I can bring that up as well, actually. style report for Yuri as well. Let me just share that screen, and you'll see what I mean. Screen share. No, not that one. Sorry, just one moment. Let me just get the that one up there. Dum, dum, dum. There we are. Style report, and sorry, this is my attempt to add something extra to there. Cancel. Come on, it's not showing me the tab that I need. Tab that I need. Boom, boom, boom. Let's have it up there. I'll try and do this. It's would be nice, I think, if I can do that. Share. Oh, that's Badana. Why are you still showing me Badana there? Yuri Bedny. No, I haven't quite got that. Never mind. I'll just go back to sharing the tab. Let me do that. Oh, sorry. I'm doing it in completely the wrong tab. That's why. Let me just do that now. Confusing with all these windows. Yuri. So if you're looking at the Yuri style here, you can just see that positional play and endgame affinity is lower, whereas aggressiveness is really, really high and risk is really, really high. So you would have thought really that this type of position here would be about the ideal position that Natasha and Ali Reza can have somehow. Because I mean, although Nikita's an excellent player of the endgame, of course, this should be hopefully a little bit less, or hopefully, just for this pair, it should be probably more interesting against the amateur player there. I think probably bishop e3 now would be a good move, and we'll just look to play c5. That would be very nice, and plenty of time. So both Natasha can certainly take her time. Ali Reza playing very nice and fast, which is good. So that's interesting. We've got our first result. Kai and Pavel beating Malcolm and Chase. Quite a useful pair, Pavel and Kai, I would say. So, but very well done, Malcolm and Chase. Malcolm said that Chase was, coming back to chess after a long absence. Proved to be very resourceful there after just that early problem in the opening. Excellent play there. Well done, Pavel and Kai. Now we've got this game. We've got some tactics there. So Queen F2 will allow Queen F2 and Rook C2 check. Absolutely. So that's quite a big one. You can't do that, basically. I wonder whether maybe this would be a good moment for Coleman and Gawain to have a timeout. Might well be. The interesting question then is, after something like King H1 or King H2, King H1, are you going to have Knight H5? Got to be very careful about that. But I think you can probably just sort of survive-ish somehow. So, but it might be a very good idea. Yeah, King H2 feels all wrong, really. I have to say. It's maybe odd to put the king where it can get checked by a knight, but as long as you can get the queen out of the way, it should be fine. And it's just with the king on h2, I have the feeling you'll maybe there'll be a queen c7 takes c2 or something. So yeah, king h1 played. Now queen e3. Oh, that's a good move. That's not what you want to see as an amateur here, with the with just swapping off the queens and playing the technical endgame. That's nasty position for white. But this Supratit Luke pairing is very solid. I mean, Supratit is 23-20 and 11-year-old, really promising. So it's incredible player. Let me just actually, if you if you're wondering who is this guy, is he any good? Then I'm going to point you to this. Let me just show you this. There we are, and share and copy the link up, and then we will put it into there, into the chat. So this is a Talented Tuesdays, and yeah, this was Supratic showing his victory against Simon Williams in the British Championship. He beat Mark Hebden and Simon Williams, two very strong English Grandmasters, in consecutive rounds. So yeah, very impressive play for an 11-year-old, and yeah, I mean, definitely worth watching, but definitely worth seeing that one. It was a super video. He explained his things beautifully. Oh yeah, so rookie one's a cunning little idea. Here I take there, and well, we've managed to defend, but we're a pawn down, of course, and so it's going to be tough. But as I said before, conversions very difficult. So, oh, okay, this one's been agreed a draw. Ah, we saw G5 and agreed a draw there. Yeah, very good. These are both strong pairs. Nordibek, Raiko, possibly got the chance of being the strongest pair, I think. And yeah, Bodana and Abhimanyu also very strong. By the way, Natasha said that Abhimanyu came up to her and said that he enjoyed Game Changer very much. So that was really nice to hear. Whoa, okay, we've got this endgame here. So yeah, Natasha and Ali Reza playing quite nicely, I think. I think odds on for a draw here, really, I think. This game, probably white a little bit better. These pawns are on dark squares, and we could maybe do something. We've got little breaks. This is definitely a break worth playing. So bishop b4 is a must, I think. But I think maybe we're just going to end up with a draw, right? You know, drawn king and pawn ending, I think, would be the most natural there. Which I think would be a you know, very good result for both sets of players there. Let's have a look. Daniel against Jeremy and Nicholas. So this this is a good idea. Very nice idea. Possibly White should have looked to stop it, maybe, because this pawn can come to h3 later, and you know, it's the alpha zero pawn, and in the end game that it adds lots of things. Can become weak, but can also become a little bit surprised that that neither Sam nor Daniel played h3 actually earlier. You know, just to meet h4 with g4. That would have been my natural idea. Interested to hear what they think about that. But okay. This is also, this pawn is going to be a little bit weak. Hard to defend, actually, but might get some counterplay here somehow. Oh, very interesting endgame. Let's have a look. We've got arm. I like what Mickey has done here. Absolute rock here. Pawn can move to a3 at some stage as well. I think we're going to be heading for draw and huggies here quite soon, I think. That looks quite likely. Very solid. That would be an excellent result from for Michael and Chris, because I think that Lanier and Justin are probably one of the strongest pairs in there. So yeah, yeah, very interesting. So here G4 played. Yeah, I mean, you've just got to try and defend basically. Yeah, I think chance is not great for defending, but Colm's a tough player. And you know, and so they'll definitely do their best. Just that both Supratit and Luke are pretty good technicians. Supratit's a very calm player for an 11-year-old, just like Badana, actually, you know, surprisingly strong in the end game, which is really nice, of course. Really good to have that as a kid. So, but it's going to be a toughie. It's not easy. You'd really like to start getting this knight active, but there's a lot of play somehow. So, yeah. You can see why they're doing this. The question is whether, yeah, interesting. I mean, there's going to be, maybe this is possible. Always nerve-wracking, these things when you're trying to convert. I don't know. could be a little bit worrying. I'm not sure somehow. I'm getting worried about this king being caught somewhere. For example, I go knight d3, then you'll probably go. Then I'm threatening knight c5, bishop a3. So you'll go bishop d6 most likely. You're probably keeping everything covered. I was just wondering whether I could possibly throw in a knight g6 and a knight h8, but I guess you'll just cover everything. There's no vaguely thinking about mates and everything, but okay, no. This feels really risky, I have to say. My goodness me. f6 played. Knight d3, bishop d6. Yeah, I mean, e5 is the move you want to play. I can't quite see it at the moment, but yeah, this is super solid. So yeah, oh, HG, that can't be good. That's definitely not good. No. No. I had a teacher. Sorry, I'm reverting to being 13 years old. I had a teacher always said no. But I do think that h3 would have been a good idea somehow too, because if you're going to lose this pawn, at least you'll be able to try and get your rook active. But yeah, obviously, always easier to give away your own pieces rather than to take those sort of decisions yourself. But I think that would have been a good idea. Let's have a look. What's happening here? I think we've just got equality, total equality here. I think, yeah, I think nothing much happening here. I think nothing much happening. Where's Ali Razor going to try and win this? Yeah, I mean, I think that this. I'm suspecting this was a Nikita move because I mean, White can try and come round here somehow. I mean, if you've still got a timeout, and if Ali Razor sees something, this might be a good idea to sort of say, you know, let's do this somehow. Because I mean, it would be a possible plan to try and come in here. I think this is why Nikitas probably wants to put the king on there somehow. But this should just be a draw, I think. So yeah, this game's still going on. Yeah, I think Daniel's going to win this. Daniel and Sam, and this was absolutely the type of position that Daniel plays really well. He loves these quiet Englishes somehow. So I think he's going to get on very well with Sam. And strange enough, I wouldn't have thought he was a natural player for me to play with, but I felt that we played beautifully. You know, felt like I felt like my strength was boosted by playing with Daniel. So yeah, these are definitely, they're not an obvious choice for the tournament victory, but I think they're real dark horses, these guys. So yeah, this is very solid indeed. I think we're going to get a draw very soon. Yeah, so knight d3. Oh, bishop d4 played bishop a3. Oh, bishop d4 was even more solid, I guess. Tricky. Yeah. Being able to do this wasn't obvious that it could be done actually, but this is looking tricky. I would really think that combination of Supratit and Luke is going to be will be it's never easy to convert, as I said, but they will be good enough there somehow. 15 people watching. Good to see you, everyone. Really nice. Let me just, I'm just going to tweet something and just try and get a few more people on there. Live and watching some great action. Let me just do that. Always nice to have people involved and there we are. So still waiting for results. These games, they're lasting a long time, aren't they? So yeah, Ali Razor. Oh, King f7, a4. I mean, Ali Razor is somebody who loves to oh, wait a minute. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a tight one, isn't it? G takes f5, king h4 into g5. Oh, bishop d6, king h7. No, that can't be right. I think takes and king h4 has been played. They're going to win. They're going to win. I think that takes has been played there. And after king h4, yeah, white is victorious. Wow, well played, Natasha and Ali Reza. Look at that. That's a really good win, I have to say. Obviously, a little bit biased because, well, I've co-written books with Natasha, know her well, but that is a really good win because I was thinking that this combination of Yuri and Nikita was a really powerful one because Yuri was, 23. 10, 50 in his youth, very strong. And I'm kind of convinced. I think Yuri played with Vladimir one time. I think that was Yuri and Vladimir before, and yeah, very strong combination there. But yeah, look at that, Natasha and Ali Reza taking them down. Brilliant, wonderful play, wonderful. So that's the second win there for. On the board, and excellent stuff. So who else is going to join them? We've got a draw already, obviously, with Badana and Abhimanyu holding back Raiko and Nordibek, another very dangerous pair. I mean, Raiko's 2300, Nordibek obviously is doing pretty well. Daniel Lindner now and Sam Shankland pawn up against Nicolas and Jeremy, and also quite a bit of time up on the clock. Daniel's a good endgame player. Yeah, this is going to be very tough for the black players to hold, I would say. I'm sort of assuming a win there. Yeah, the players keeping on going. Lanier is an incredibly good grinder. But I just think that I just don't see what you can do in this position. So I think that this is going to end up as a draw. Then we've got also Coleman, Gawain against Supratit and Luke. That could be a very useful pairing, that one too. And they're doing a nice job of this. The only thing is, time is getting shorter. And yeah, I've said it now multiple times that converting is not easy. It's sometimes it just depends whether you're really you're really on the same wavelength somehow. And yeah, that was what impressed me when we did it together with Daniel and also with Terry as well. Just managed to get on the same wavelength, and and although you're playing alternate moves, just managed to convert well. And yeah, that worked really well. I also played. I played another time as well. I played with Demis Hassabis actually, and but yeah, we were less successful there together. I have to say, it's just yeah, one of those things somehow. I mean, Demis, I think he came shed first with Magnus Carlsen the year after. So I think the quality of the player and does make a difference there. Also, the wavelength that you're on, understanding the player, and I get the feeling I didn't quite get to. I didn't understand. We didn't understand each other as well as Magnus did Demis. So that was a bit of a shame indeed. But oh, this is a nice. A good conversion move there. C takes d3, knight f4. That's making things definitely easier there. So I think we're going to get certainly a third win this round, and I also suspect that this one is going to end up being a win as well. So yeah, got a little bit more time as well. So yeah, good chances there. It's not trivial by any means, but it's I think it's very good chances there. I mean, I think I'd be tempted just to play rook c5, then start moving the kingside pawns forward a little bit there. Just e5. Interesting. That is an interesting move. I was just about to mention it. The idea is that you're stopping the bishop coming to f6, and then you're going to play rook h7. Obviously, you let the rook take the pawn, but then you're going to be hoovering these up, which would be pretty good. A little bit counterintuitive to put a pawn on the same square and also cut off your rook along the 5th rank, but I guess that we could also have the rook move along the 4th rank there. It's nice to have that mobility, but so that's a tough move, just hitting the pawn, and so if rook h5, you'll go bishop there. I guess we're going to look for f4 now. Getting some commentaries, just to give an answer there. So brilliant there. Okay. So e5 there. Yep. There. And then we're going to go rook h7 there. So it's going to be a bit nasty, I think. Or maybe go to f3 maybe. I'm just wondering if king d3, rook g2 maybe will be irritating. That could be irritating. So I think we probably go to f3, abandon that, and then just go for this one. As always, every conversion is going to be a little bit worrying. I'm a bit surprised about this way of converting, to be honest. It's a little bit riskier, a little bit risky. Yeah, it's a little bit risky, I feel. But let's have a look. Oh, this game has been drawn. Well played, Michael and Chris, against a very, very strong pairing of Justin and Lanier there. That's excellent. So let's have a look. Supratit and Colm. Yeah, this is looking very difficult for the white players. Bit of a depressing endgame to play, and yeah, time is also good. 4 minutes there. So yeah, I mean, I think you probably play bishop e3, f5, something like that. I mean, f3 is also very good as well. Just a lot of good moves there. Wouldn't mind playing f5. I think just to get the king, have the king free. I think, but this is also a very good move. There's just loads of very good moves there. So expecting Supratit and Gawain to win there. Let's have a look. This one. Oh, yeah, no, that has not gone. That's gone wrong. That's gone a bit wrong, really. This rook's gone horrible. That's what I mean about it being difficult to convert. Yes, I'm sorry. I've said this. It's the Pro Biz. Hey, hello, Key 453. It's Pro Biz. So it's amateur player and professional player playing alternately. Pair chess. Very well known in other forms of games like Go, for example. Less common in chess. Actually, is white even? I think white's even worse here, to be honest. Isn't white worse now with this rook on g4? I mean, we just bring the king in, right? If they've got a timeout, Jeremy and Nicholas, they should take it because, or are they going to repeat a draw here? Oh, I think that's quite fortunate for white. Because with this rook trapped, I mean, I'm not sure that you can keep. Oh, they're repeating. Well, I think they're lucky. Probably that's part, I think the time situation and the worry. But I think they're quite lucky, to be honest, because I think you could have just brought the king in, and I'm sure you can zugzwang white out of this somehow. I mean, you'll have to play f5 at some stage, but well, probably a sensible choice, I think. So we're going to have so that's going to be a draw. So okay, that's a very good save. And now we've just got a Supratit and g5 to g4 is coming in. So very soon, maybe we'll throw in a little rook c8 there, just to hit that bishop. Play g5 to g4. That's going to be very tricky. So I think we're going to have 4 wins there. 1, 2, yeah. So 1, 2. Am I saying 4 wins or 3 actually? 1, 2, 3 wins. 3 wins. Sorry, just going to have 3 wins this. So it's going to be, yeah. The question is, well, yeah, they're all strong pairings, right? Supratit, Luke, Kai and Pavel, and Yuri and Nikita. Are they drawn? Okay, so yeah, I think. Oh, good lord, sorry. Very good escape there for Jeremy and Nicolas. Jeremy's a tough player, so well done there. But yeah, I think Daniel and Sam were very disappointed. They got a position they both like, just a technical win really, and somehow didn't quite work out there. Oh, this is going to be nasty. I think they're looking for the 7th rank. Oops, and then playing G4 with checkmate, I think is what they're looking for. So yeah, Rook C2 is going to be huge now, and can't stop G4 mate. So yeah, no, and then you've got Natasha and Ali Reza, who are a bit of a a bit of an interesting pair there. I mean, I've played a lot of tandem simuls with Natasha actually. She's really good to play with. Very aggressive player and quick tactically as well. So this is going to, and of course Ali Reza is an incredible player. So I really think could be interesting, that one. But they've started off with a great win there. So really well done to them. So okay, so that is the first round done, as Colm and Gawain resigned to Supratit and Luke. And if we now have a look at the players, got a few doubles in there, so don't worry about a few of those. But we've got we've got Kai and Pavel, Supratit and Luke, and Natasha and Ali Reza on 1 out of 1. Then we've got Chris and Michael, Justin and Lanier, Jeremy and Nicolas, and Danielle and Sam, Badana, Abhimanyu, and Raiko and Nordebek on half. And then we've got Colm and Gawain, Chase and Malcolm, and Yuri and Nikita on 0 out of 1. Yeah, no, endgames are very tricky, really tricky to play. Just so hard. You just got so many different ways to play. Somehow, it's just very, very difficult. All right, so I'm not quite sure. Normally speaking, if we let me just go back to the schedule here and go back there. So normally speaking, we're going to have a little break for lunch, I imagine. Let me just, I'm just going to confirm that. If that is, I'll leave the stream going, but I'll just put it on pause. Hey, Ocelot, good to see you. I'll put the stream on pause then for that, and then afterwards I'll come back just before 1 o'clock. But I'm just gonna let me just ask a few people about that. I'm just going to mail a few people. La la la. Hey. Let's just try that. Then at least we know. Oh, this is good fun. Huh. At lunch. I wonder what they have for lunch. Oh, it's at the Emirates, isn't it? So there's bound to be nice catering there. So just Let's have a look there. So, okay, well, let's just replay a few of those games. Let's because we obviously we didn't really see all of the games together. So, whilst I'm just waiting for the confirmation of when the next round is, or actually, sorry, just have a quick look. Round two. Oh, in 1 hour, 13:30. They're saying. So, yeah, I'll just get that confirmed. And then afterwards I'll, if that's the case, then I'll leave the stream going for that. But let's have a look. Just go through maybe some of the wins and have a look there. So this is actually a system that I think that Natasha saw in a course, in actual fact, and she scored quite well with it. Just a very nice system. You just end up with an English opening where you've just got b4 in for free. Normally, in a normal English opening, black's got the knight on c6 quickly, and you have to play knight c3, rook b1, and then black goes a5, and you have to go a3, and all of that. And here you've just got it for free. So you've got the bishop on b2, where it maybe doesn't always go. Often an idea is to swap off this dark squared bishop for the knight just to get more control over the light squares. You've got this light square strategy. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty decent system. And a5, b5. Interesting move. The absolute natural move would be to play a3 and keep the tension. But AlphaZero did a lot of these things in this sort of pawn structure. He got this a lot against Stockfish 8. Oh, good Lord. Sorry. That's true. That's true. Thank you for saying that. That's why I need people in the there we are. Haha. There we are. We're back. Haha. So let's do that. That's the move. So yeah, whenever black had, thank you very much, Avinstrad. Whenever you have this sort of pawn structure, AlphaZero always wanted to play b5 and basically claim that d5 square and just go for power, sort of static power along the long diagonal, and also often this is a pawn sacrifice. Really quite interesting. So this was an interesting move: knight fd2, knight c3, and then exactly. No, that's a very good point, Key. What happened to light chess? No, it's all there. It was just me, I think. Sorry about that. So bishop a3, possibly actually even threatening something like this at some stage, followed by attacking this pawn. So knight e6 played, and I guess that Yuri, quite an aggressive player, looking to maybe bring the knight across round there, something like that. But rook b1 played, rook b8, and now I was kind of expecting b6 here, and especially maybe after the next move, b6, because you can't play c6 now because of this. But f4 was played, a very aggressive move. And after e takes f4, I was kind of expecting gf, actually, I have to say. But e takes f4 was played. And yeah, I mean, the white players really went all in with d4 here. I was really wondering, I was very worried for the white position with this here, this weak square as well, and all of this. I hope you can see this slow Slav now. I hope that's all right. You can see the game and everything. I don't think there's anything wrong with Lichess. It's just me that basically was sort of talking about the game, and I'd forgotten to switch the scene back to the main one. So so yeah, the black players played for something very sharp here, knight g4. But d takes c5 played, and bishop takes c3 played. You wonder whether there could have been something stronger there. I don't know what, but obviously you're thinking about throwing in a preliminary knight e3 and sort of hoping to get some sort of some sort of attacking play, but it didn't work out like that. Bishop c3 played, knight e4 covered everything. And again, you're wondering about a possible knight e3, but yeah, I mean, it's not clear that it's all working, right? So yeah, you may be thinking maybe something like this. I don't know, really. Could have been interesting, I think. But bishop g7 played, and then this very good move, rook e1, and all of a sudden, that's great. Thank you, Eivind. Yeah, this is suddenly all covered, and after here, position's pretty equal, really. But maybe white's a little bit better. Simply, got this queenside pressure somehow, and this knight is going to get chased back, and that's what happened. So some exchanges happened. Rook takes, and rook d1 played. Rook was attacked there. Takes, and b6. And you would sort of expect this to be drawn normally. The only thing is, I think, white's probably slightly for choice, mainly because this move c5 is very tempting. You've got this pawn up here, all these pawns on dark squares. I mean, might have been interesting to maybe try and move this pawn down a little bit, try and target this one. Might also have been interesting to put the bishop on e6. Bishop d3 was played, and that gives white this strong bishop here somehow. So bishop c3, that's maybe a little bit random, that one maybe. Bishop check. But this, okay, I mean, I think you'd still expect this to be a draw somehow. I think you're blocking up the center here. This has been taken, and I would have thought that if you put your king on here, surely I would have thought. Could you do that, or are you getting zugzwanged all the time? Maybe you are. Maybe you're just getting zugzwanged all the time. I don't know. King g3, king f7, a4, king g8, takes, bishop d6, king h7 played. Yeah, this was just winning in any case, and after takes, which would have been the obvious move, king h4, and in we come. Rook d3 instead of bishop d3. Not sure. Maybe that would probably have been a better move. I guess we chase away the bishop first, or yeah, maybe could have been a good move there. Could have been a good move. All right. Well, the next round starts at 1:30. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the this on. Actually, I'm going to put a slightly. I'm going to put that one on. No, that's wrong now. In actual fact, so I'm going to put this one on like this, and I will be. I'm just wondering whether I can put a. Can I put something on there? Customize. Can I? No, I can't do anything. I'd love to put a title on there. But anyway, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this on there, and then I will be back in, well, around 1:20, something like that, 1:15, 1:20, with the next installment of this. Hello, everyone. I am back, and yeah, hopefully still live. That's what I'm hoping for. And yeah, do give a shout in the chat if you if you're there, just so I can be sure that it's working again. But as far as I'm aware, the stream is still ongoing. It's all looking good, so hopefully that'll all work. I've got 5 people there involved. That's pretty good. So very exciting. A quick lunch, some preparation apparently behind the computers, and we're going to see it again. And what have we got? We've got for the winners, we've got Supratit and Luke against Natasha and Ali Reza. We've got Pavel and Kai getting a down float, not a super friendly down float, to Raiko and Nordibek. We've got Daniel and Sam playing black against Badana and Abhimanyu. We've got Jeremy Hodgson and Nicolas after that tough defense in the first round against Justin and Lanier. Interesting one. Chris Clark and Michael against Coleman Gawain. That one's tough, too tough to call, I think. And then we've got Yuri Bebny and Nikita against Chase and Malcolm. So interesting series of matchups there. Yeah, we're due to be starting at 13:30, but I've been told that it's 13:15, so imminent. So we will see how that goes. Just going to have a little look to see whether we whether I can tweet something. Let's just do that. There we are. All right. So 13:15, 1 minute to go, I think. Now, around 15 minutes, they said, but I was told by Matt Carr, the arbiter, that they were starting at 13:15. So let's have a look. Unless has there been an update to that? No, that's it, I think. So that's the latest news as far as I'm aware. One thing that I'm thinking of doing is I don't know whether you can see these. I don't know if you've ever been to Holland. I lived there for 17, 18 years, 1999 to 2017, and there are these things called stroopwafels or syrup waffles, and my brother went there recently with his son for a music competition. Son was playing the harpsichord in a Dutch a music competition, but yeah, this is what they're like. Oh. So yeah, I got a whole pack back. And these are incredibly full buffer, I have to say. They're really gorgeous. I'll definitely indulge in one of them during the stream, if not more. It's and if you're a real pro, then you've got a cup of coffee, and then you put the stroopwafel on top of the cup of coffee, and then it melts the sort of the syrup, the caramel a little bit as well, and it just makes an incredible treat. So, but that's a pro tip. I do wish chess commentary was like cricket commentary in England, where you all the all the commentators get sent cakes. Oh, just imagine. So that was a very exciting first round. Really very interesting indeed. I mean, you've got to say the matchups are pretty strong. It's really, yeah. I mean, it's pretty strong pairs, really. So, but I think it's it often comes down to just the skill in just managing your partner at the crucial moment that really makes the big difference. So I think there's quite a few pairs here who are quite evenly matched, and yeah, it's just it really is will come down to very small margins, I think. Ha! There we are. So all that happened. Oh wow, that's quite interesting. Oh no, I'm seeing it all. Okay, let's have a look. So we have got we got an Alekin on Natasha's board. Yeah, I imagine that we're going to get G6 and Bishop G7 and all that sort of stuff. So nothing amazing is going to happen, but I think Black's going to get out of the opening all right, and then we'll see how life goes. That's going to be the approach to Black players, which is not a bad approach, I think. Let's have a look then at some of the other games we've got. Kai and Pavel against Raiko and Nordebek and Najdorf. And that's quite interesting. Bishop f3. Is this known, Bishop f3? Yeah, it's been played quite a bit. Oh, Naka against Nepo, so it is quite well known, Bishop f3. Feels odd somehow, that move, Bishop f3, but yeah, if it's been played more often, then must be a good one. So I'm sure both Kai and Pavel know their theory, and most likely Raiko and Nordebek as well. Raiko used to know a lot of theory, probably still does, I guess, so quite interesting. This one's funny. Bodana and Abhimanyu against Daniel and Sam. So this is something that Bodana plays quite often. This G3 system. Knight C3. Knight C3 is something unusual, but she had a game like this in the recent UK Open Blitz, actually, and it went Bishop G4 castles, Knight takes D4 H3. Actually, this was one of the games. It looks a little bit odd, but you just she won back this pawn on d5. It's all known in actual fact. I think rook e8, rook d1, and Black soon lost. Black was a strong player, but Black soon lost was just very unpleasant to deal with. So quite interesting, but they've taken on d4 there, so some variation. I think even I've played this before. Would that be in the Masters database? I think I had it against, I didn't play e4 that often, but I had it against James Adair, and won quite a nice game, actually, but it didn't go bishop c5. So, but yeah, plenty of play there. Plenty of games there. Let's have a look. This is Jeremy Hodgson with c4, Jeremy. Slightly surprised, but this has been played in quite a simple little system. In principle, white's just quite nicely better there, I think. Quite a good choice of opening, obviously, but I think the black players just decided, let's not do anything too amazing and just, develop normally. But in principle, white's got this sort of setup here is just quite nice and solid. Control a lot of these central squares like this, and hard for black to really get going. For example, can't put a knight on the most natural square c6 because we've got two things attacking it there. Oh, this has got sharp. Chris Clark against Cole Mouchet. So Queen's Gambit accepted with b5. a4 c6. I think there's been a recent QGA course on this, where maybe this line was given. This was actually a game, I think, of Kasparov against Max Glugi. Max Glugi, the American player, who yeah, quite a big Queen's Gambit accepted expert in his time. And yeah, Gary played A, B, and B3, and then E5 happened. It was quite good for black, I seem to remember. So here they've gone again. Mickey playing positions that not really, you don't really see him playing very much. Bishop d2, slightly odd move there. Could have just played knight c3, I think, but anyway, knight c3, knight d7, then ab. Not sure about that one, really. Not sure about opening that diagonal so quickly. So takes is going to be played bc3, cb5. Could have waited with that somehow, and this bishop's a little bit odd there as well. So I think Coleman Gawain have got a good opening there. That's worked out quite well. So now we'll see. Now this is Yuri and Nikita against Chase and Malcolm. H3 played. With wonder about d5, of course, when you see this, but it would probably have been a little bit too early, I guess. So gh3 played stop bishop g4. I'd say probably a move like bishop e7 would be very sensible, just to make sure that that pin is broken. Just whatever. It's probably not absolutely necessary to do it yet, but that would probably be a good idea. And then let's have a look. Wow, so here we are. We've just got this kind of normal position somehow. It's not super easy for black to develop or anything like that, but you're kind of solid. I mean, I actually wonder whether could you possibly try playing bishop g4 here just to swap off that light squared bishop? That would maybe be a bit friendly. Haven't seen that idea much before, but could maybe be quite nice. I mean, you've got to do. I mean, the problem is, you know, all the time with black, simply, you know, you've got too many pieces for your position. So putting that bishop on there would be quite nice. There are other ideas, like you could try something like this. Obviously, you can't play here because of knight g6. Bishop g4 might be interesting. I think if you go knight g4, you'll probably just meet with the knight retreating or something. But if you can get away with this, now it looks a bit risky, but I'm not quite. I don't really see why you shouldn't be able to do it. Then that might be quite nice just to get rid of that bishop somehow. Otherwise, it's a bit tricky to develop. You could go queen c7, of course, and try and go b6, c5. The bishop g4 played. I think that's actually a good move. I think Natasha will have picked knight f6, although, of course, Ali Reza has to concur. But Natasha's a long-time Alekhine player. She's played different things, a lot of 1e5 as well recently. But I think that she feels most comfortable with the Alekhine somehow, and I think it's a decent choice. I think if you look at what Supratit plays against, with on move 3, he's played bishop b5, he's played d4, he's played bishop c4 as well. So yeah, obviously a lot of possibilities there. And yeah, I mean, even if the Alekhine's not so great, you know the position somehow. You know that does actually help. And this is pretty good. They play quite fast, so easy. Now this is perfectly fine for black, to be honest. A little bit worse, but not so bad. So yeah, what can you expect? It's an Alekhine. I mean, yeah, I think they'll be reasonably happy there, and well, we're going to see how the game proceeds. Obviously, I think probably Supratit and Luke is probably the most solid pairing. I mean, both play a lot, and Supratit, he's 11, but he's 2300. I mean, he's playing extraordinarily well in this classic. So, I mean, I think this is definitely the most solid pairing. I think you've got a few others which are strong too, but it's not quite so. Yeah, you've got strong players, but who don't play that much. So yeah, there's quite a few decent possibilities for white. I mean, it always ends up being slightly better there, but I think, in general terms, for a pair chess opening, I mean, they're playing fast, right? So yeah, I mean, yeah, they're doing the best there. I think that's going well. Whoa, this is a typical Sicilian here, Raiko Nordibek here. So f4 and then f5. Yeah, I mean, I always like black in these positions. I don't know whether that's correct or not, but I played the Najdorfs an awful lot, and yeah, you always feel like you've got plenty of play. Queen side's a little bit loose and airy, but Ah, very nice. Thank you, Key 453. But you always feel that black's going to be able to create some counterplay somehow. There might be an EF and knight e5. Got to watch out when you do that the knight doesn't come into c6 or e6. But yeah, you've got knight f6s into e4s, and you move the bishop out of the way, get in g5. Always feel like there's good fun there. So Badana and Abhimanyu against Daniel and Sam. It's a very solid game, but it's more or less what you would expect. I think Badana and Abhimanyu very solid set of players. Badana, that's her natural style as well, and I think both Daniel and Sam are very solid as well. So yeah. So let's have a look. So yeah, Justin's quite an active player somehow. So he's trying to make things happen there. This has not been too bad somehow. I was a bit worried that the black might get rolled over here and be a bit passive, but starting to get some stuff going. Key thing you've got to watch out for all the time is whether you can play f4 and e4. But this is interesting. I wonder whether the black players are going to take with CB. It looks a bit odd, to give away the square on d5, but obviously you've got that, and if queen e2 again, I'm not 100% sure, but you've got some things where this not immediately, of course, but where this could prove a problem. I mean, for example, if you did queen e2 b4, I guess you're probably winning the exchange, right, if you want to, because we go bishop b5 and bishop f1, which, well, it's got some compensation, but it's not really enough. So maybe CB would be a good idea. I like it for black. It would definitely be the move that I'd be trying to make work, really. You could just play a move like queen b1, but you're moving away from the king side. Maybe we start going h5 then, something like this. Quite like this. I quite like this for black. Let's have a look. Ooh. It's a bit. This is obviously a bit a little bit ropey for Chris and Michael. But I guess the rook's coming over to g4, and we're going to try and get some sort of attack. But obviously, you're a bit worried that you'll maybe, black will maybe just consolidate somehow and then start pushing these pawns down. Could be quite unpleasant somehow. Hold on d5. You mean here? Which game are we talking about there? Yeah, I guess this one here. You mean maybe? Yeah, it's just very nice for black. It's a really nice position, but okay, anything can happen. Let's have a look. Whoa! Look at Malcolm and Chase go. G5, G4. Very nice. Yeah, why not? Not bad. I mean, I said Yuri's an aggressive player, likes playing aggressively like that. So, yeah, give him a taste of his own medicine there. That's no, excellent, lovely, entertaining play. I'm actually not even sure. You might want to take with a bishop even. That's quite irritating pin. Knight g4 also interesting as well. So, no, good. I mean, it's good. You're not just letting yourself get piled onto on the queen side. You're doing something. You're trying to do something yourself. The only, yeah, you've got to watch out here because I mean there are stuff like knight b6 coming in, and if you took it all off, you'd take on there. But I think probably it would be good to have a timeout at this stage and say, okay, and we play king b8 here. We don't open the queen side anymore. I think that would be a good use of a timeout there. Scandi madness indeed. Oh, what's happened there? So, how quickly is this going? Both sets of players are playing very quickly there. Knight e5, c5 happened. Knight f7. Wow, that was pretty impressive. Takes and queen c2. That would have been mate somehow. So, okay. And now we've got bishop h6. So in principle, white's doing well here with 3 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces, and the pieces are 2 knights. So that's, in general, that's pretty good for white. Yeah, but okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. But they're playing quickly as well, both. Yeah, so yeah, definitely looks like Supratit and Luke in the ascendancy there. Let's have a look. What's happening here? Oh, we've dropped a pawn here. My goodness me. How did that happen, actually? Simply bishop f7. Oh, queen e1 just blundered a pawn. Oh. Do. Yeah, this is quite desperate now for the white players. Yeah, quite desperate there. So looks like Raiko and Nordibek are going to be doing some good business there. This game just going to be a tough one. It's basically balanced. That pawn is not a real weakness. So we'll see what who's gonna do better in this quiet position, the experienced players or the very young players. A takes b5 played. I can understand it, although I did like the that move a lot. But now the knight moving away from e2, very typical. It's probably going to come out to f4 somewhere. Maybe look for g4, g5 soon as well. But okay, just a very balanced position. I mean, maybe bishop b6 is quite decent. Got to watch out for f4 as well coming in, but probably you wouldn't want to do it immediately. But maybe bishop b6. Okay, rook a8. Well, I'm not so happy with that one, I have to say. I think, but might work. Just this one is a bit undefended now. This one, and yeah, I had thoughts of maybe pushing the pawn on like that. Not sure. f5 played. Okay, that's quite a. That's a pretty rigorous approach. But I mean, basically, you're just trying to avoid any possibility of white building up on the king side here, and you're just trying to get your activity yourself. Not quite sure what the idea is. I mean, it could be that you want to take like this. I wouldn't have. Oh, sorry, no, sorry, that's not even the question. Sorry, the bishop's hidden away on d1 there. I was thinking it was on f1 somehow. Okay, so e takes f6. What are you going to do then? Oh, he's played rook e1. Oh, I think you had to take on f6 there. Now you've blocked everything now, so I think, yeah, I mean, white's in real trouble there, I'm afraid. So b4, rook g8. Well, this is all teeing up quite nicely, I have to say. I mean, white's got his build up, but it's going to take a while to arrive, and we're definitely, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea who's better here. It's I mean, black's going to start coming with the old bishop d6, bishop h2 thingies, double up. I mean, very dangerous. All right, so yeah, exchanging off that remaining bishop has also been quite good. Now you've got to try and coordinate, and this is going to be the critical phase of the game, I think, where you're trying basically to coordinate, you know, your pieces against the king. You've got a bit of counterplay, a bit of room for that. So that's what you're going to need. And of course, if you're an engine, then it's trivial to put away these positions. For a human player, absolutely not. So going to be very interesting there. I mean, rook e5, knight f4, all of a sudden there's some threats, right? I mean, you're threatening g2, also threatening knight h3. So not so easy. I'm wondering about that move, queen d2, actually, whether that was maybe slightly imprecise. I'm not sure. But okay. It's a wild position, and for this sort of chess, it's just anyone's game. Really interesting stuff. We've given up the exchange there. Yeah, this is just a massive diagonal, right? So very scary for white here. So Raiko and Nordibek well on top there. Let's have a look. Okay, we've covered this threat here somehow. So yeah, I quite like black here, really. I think maybe a little bit. I'm not sure. Maybe just a little bit. It's not, not impossible that black could actually manage to do something here. But obviously, it is odds on for a draw. I mean, I think Queen D4, King G2, and then we start trying to, bring our pieces across. It should be okay for should be perfectly okay for white. Yeah, this is an interesting game. Very going to be a very tense game here. I mean, this one's weak, but somehow, black's sort of convinced white not to advance his kingside pawn structure yet. So this knight on e5 it feels a little bit vulnerable and a little bit insecure there. I mean, f4 could happen at any moment, but it probably won't because of the weakness of the e3 pawn and the fact that white's pieces are all graduating over to the queen side. So. But yeah, this is still a somewhat tricky weakness for black to defend. So yeah, very tense game, I think. And obviously both sides have drawn their first game. Really need a win, I think, to keep in the hunt for first place. I think 1.5 keeps you in the hunt. Yeah, 1 will be too far away, I think. So this is yeah, just looking very, very good for black here. Here, just tying down that knight to f3. Problem is, white's going to be a bit paralyzed here. It's going to be hard to find something to do. Maybe you should look for rook f1, knight e1, and try and exchange off those bishops. You don't really want to do that, but you've got to try and release the pressure a little bit on your position. Now, this is the super fun game, rook a2, knight c5. Be very careful about what's happening here because this could go horribly wrong. So we've maybe got some ideas here. They can certainly, but I mean, we've also got some black threats here as well. So I'm really not sure at all about this. I mean, there's sort of bishop h2 is interesting. I mean, I guess you probably come to f1. This leaves this one very sensitive, which I wouldn't have thought could possibly be a good idea. So probably you'd want to come to f1 there. Probably how you want to do that. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of ideas you could think of. You just want to break open in the center somehow and do something, or it's not easy, but it definitely feels like black might have something. I mean, you also wonder whether you could just play a move like rook g7. The point is, I mean, if you do something like that, I can always take off just to break the attack, basically. So that's not really a problem. Knight a6, I suppose, could be an idea, followed by b5. That is a possibility, and that would be quite strong. Yeah, the only question is you're sort of wondering, could I something? It's not really very clear somehow. Knight h2 played. Not the most obvious, but certainly not silly. I mean, bishop g4 is going to be a threat there, so quite interesting. White's got to come up with something. Okay, so yeah, they've been sort of playing around with the rooks, queen g5. Yeah, there's menace in this position for white. It's not particularly concrete, but there could be, there's worry somehow. I mean, I guess we're looking for rook h4 and knight f4 now. It's going to be the next thing. That was quite a nice move, I think, just to activate the queen. It was a little bit behind the scene on g7, and now it's defending the 5th rank here. So Yeah, got to White's really got to watch out here. Tactics could hit you from anywhere. In the long run, it's definitely good for White. I mean, with those 3 pawns and just 2 knights, so especially when you've got the potential to create pass pawns. You've got majority on both sides, so a knight won't be able to cope with both simply. But yeah, rough. My goodness. Starting to get short of time now. Bishop e4. Well, that's not too bad. I mean, White players have done a good job of sort of not losing immediately, I think. But actually, I suppose there's even the possibility that another pawn could go somehow. So I think Kai and Pavel, they're really in a lot of trouble. Oh, this one, the queens have got exchanged. Yeah, I think a draw here, odds on. I think both sides have played very, very solidly. Probably at the moment you'd sort of say that well, no, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe you can just play knight e4 here, right? You're threatening knight takes c3, so maybe I'd have to take like this. It's not very much for either side somehow. How about this one? This was a tense one. Rook e8, a3, rook e8. Okay. Well, I have to say that b4 is really the most natural move by far. Takes, I guess. And then maybe queen b7 or queen b8. I'm not sure. Maybe queen b8, queen d8. Maybe just protecting this one is a good idea. Also, vaguely get out of this diagonal. So then we're threatening a3 there, and we've also got this idea of playing knight c4. Oh, actually, come to think of it, queen d8 is what I want to play, so that after knight c4 you can't take on f6 there. So in general, I mean, I sort of feel like White's got the 2 bishops there. I feel like I should be happy with White, but obviously this knight c4 and this weakness on a3 it's a bit annoying, and it's not, you don't see so clearly how White's going to do something amazing. I mean, maybe something like bishop e5 would be possible. I mean, you've still got this backward one here, but queen b2. I want to bring my knight round here. I mean, that's basically, or via b3 as well. That's what I would like to do. This must be a little bit better for White, you would have thought. I mean, obviously this one's weak, but no, Blacks should have enough activity, I think. But yeah, it's a complicated position simply. Knight b5 played. Ooh, good lord. A bold move there. Oh, good lord! Sorry, I'm. Well, no, but those things don't work, do they? Interesting. So, I mean, the idea obviously is, well, the idea obviously is certainly not to take on here because these guys are so weak. But I guess the idea of this was to play b. Well, this is not. But I've got bishop b3 there. I think that's just a blunder, to be honest. Guess you're playing b4 now. Oh, no. Well, yeah, no, I'm not sure. I mean, bishop e5 would be one idea here, with the idea of queen takes c5. But I mean, I could always just go bishop a3. Yeah, that's possible. And there's also bishop e3 as well, which looks rather unpleasant. So I fear that White's just blundered here. In actual fact, I fear this was just yeah, just too much. I think b4 was so bad somehow, so that's a bit of a shame. How's this one? Dark square bishop's been exchanged. Yeah, Black's probably going to bring the knight round to d5 and start pushing these pawns here. It's hard to see any hope for White there. This Gandhi, what have we got here? Oh, well, the pieces, we're definitely having a bit of a fun time with the pieces there. I wonder whether we could go bishop e7 is not crazy here somehow, yeah? I mean, you're attacking this knight, and you're just going to you're just threatening. Oh, it's been played, I think. Yes, indeed. And you're just oh, good lord. Could see a draw by repetition. Possible. But yeah, I don't know. Very dangerous. Let's have a look at this game. This is quite a key matchup. So c4 was played to chase away the knight. And oops, good lord, sorry, queen e3, knight c6, queen e6, king g7. Okay, that's not bad in principle. We've oh, good lord, my glasses are dirty. We've got the knight away from that f4 square, but this knight's very stable now. Actually, this has worked quite well. But okay, ooh, that's nasty. That is nasty. I think we're going to have to swap off the queens there with queen f5, yeah, which is not ideal, of course. That's turned out to be a very good plan, but it cost the white players a huge amount of time there, didn't it? 6 minutes. But that is quite nasty. Only question, I suppose, is whether you could go knight h5. Might be preferable, you know. Hard to say. It could all go horribly wrong like that. Queen f5 played. Yeah, I think that's sensible. I think that's sensible. I think you have to do that. Okay, these kingside pawns are going to be quite dangerous, but you're going to try and cause some problems. And you've got the time to play on as well, so still very tight. So Raiko, well, again, I mean, the white players, they had a bit of a rough patch in the middle, but they've done a pretty decent job of fighting back. You know, it's gonna take some time for the black players. The thing is, the black players are playing quite quickly. That's pretty good somehow. So, oh, that's gone sharp. That's gone very sharp. My goodness. Wow. Oh, good Lord. I don't know what's happening there at all. So, I mean, the idea is if rook b2, we take check, and then we can take here simply. And you're not going to make me, at the very least. I mean, rook c1, at the very least. So, but black will probably have probably be doing all right there. But obviously, you'd like to try and keep your knight. So g5 played, indeed. Rook takes, and then king g6 is going to be the move. But okay, this is still tremendously risky. I mean, you've got various ideas here, but two. I mean, I could go rook g7 check. If you would go king f5, I could go rook g5 and pick up the pawn. I mean, I can also just pick up the b pawn as well. But obviously, you might be thinking of, oh, could I maybe even win? But then we could go king g6. I could just go rook f7 then. That would maybe be an interesting draw. Question is, would I've got any more? I mean, we do have ideas like trying to play h4, takes and then g4, something like that. But we can cover with rook there. And then the question is whether you've got any way of forcing anything through. I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so. But obviously, it's a little bit, could be a little bit worrying as well. But we got this counterplay against f2, so yeah, I still think a draw is odds on there, unless I'm missing something very, very sneaky. That is possible, of course, that there is something unbelievably sneaky in this position. But I don't think so. I don't think so. We'll see. Time will tell. So, what on earth happened here? So a4 was played. Wow. Queen b6, bishop e5. Wow, this was tactics all the way. So this is just a bit of a mess, really, isn't it? My goodness. I mean, I think in principle Black's doing very well, but I think it's it's maybe crazy enough to pardon me, to stand a good chance of something or other there. I'll definitely keep an eye on that one. Oh, another pawn has gone. This is really tough for white. Really no pleasure at all in this one. Oh my goodness! So we're sacking masses of pieces now. This is not going to work, right? I mean, I'm just taking on h4 here, aren't I? I think that's what he's done. And now after BC, we go knight f3 check, right? At GF, I just got check. And if king f1, well, maybe it's a draw, I suppose. I'm assuming that that attack is very dangerous there. Not 100% sure about that, by the way, but it's hard to... it's incredibly hard to be sure about anything there, but I mean, that would be at least a draw, right? And do we have anything winning there? I mean, the point is, I mean, I'm going rook check. Got to watch out a little bit. I mean, king there, bishop b7, and king there. There could be a d5 check or a rook b7 check. So, oh, I think we're going to get the draw by repetition there. Wouldn't that be amazing? Wow! Look at that. Absolutely amazing. Great game. Great game. When you think, Malcolm was saying that that his partner, has been away from chess for a long time, and just playing again somehow. Excellent. Oh, now this is very interesting. The key point is that this is rather nasty for Black, of course, but the clock situation is quite promising for the Black players. So you need to try and keep the game going somehow. It's far from easy, of course. In principle, White's doing this very well, and the technique's good, but yeah. Perhaps the most annoying thing that could happen is rook c7 here, unfortunately. I mean, we could go knight b4 here, right? And if rook e7, I go king f8 here. And if rook e3, I go this knight to d5. And knight b4 is played. Sneaky. So that's good. Okay, then you're surviving. Then you're surviving still. That's fine. That's all you need to do. You just need to keep on surviving this position. And yeah, time, and it's 20 plus 10 increment, I think. But I can tell you that playing with increment when you're playing in pairs is horrific. Oh, thank you, Zen Chess TV. Glad you're enjoying it. It's great tournament. This. I'm having a whale of a time. So let's have a look. Oh, Kai and Pavel are going for it. Unfortunately, rook to e1 is going to be very dangerous here. Threatening mates, and after g4 we go rook check and then rook e2 again. So it looks like Raiko and Nordibek are going to pick up their first win. Daniel and Badana. Oh my goodness, they're not just going for equality. They're going for mates. So this has got really sharp. But rook there, maybe you're going to hold it like that. I don't know, really. A bit uncomfortable for Black, this one. But I don't see any win, really. So I think you find it hard to... If you could put your bishop onto this diagonal, you could reroute very effectively. But it's not easy to see how you might do that. And, you could go... You keep on getting tempted by stuff like this somehow, but it's not winning in any way. Oh, but Daniel and Sam have got very little time, it must be said. And look how much time Badana and Abhimanyu have. That's probably what's sort of triggering them to really start trying to look for the wins, I think, because yeah, with that sort of time difference, it is a bit scary for Black. Interesting. There we are. We've got a first win there for Raiko and Nordibek. Very strong pair, those two. So hard luck, Kai and Pavel. They remain on 1 out of 2. So what do we got here? Well, after all that craziness, we've got Jeremy Hodgson and Nicolas. So again, a pawn down with rooks and bishops on the board. That's yeah, kind of the way that they do that. Not an easy conversion, but well, you got the potential's really nice, and these pawns are kind of weak. I would expect, I would expect this to be. This probably is objectively winning for Black, I think. But obviously, it's quite hard to convert. This looks very simple for Black here. Nice and controlled. Yeah, you can expand on 2 sides and just sort of create sort of passes on both sides. That's the beauty of it. So yeah, gonna be very hard for Black here, for White here rather. White can try and mix things up and all that. Maybe a d5 and a king d4. Always get nerves, but in principle, it's looking really good. No, they've gone for it. They have gone for it. And yes, that is conceivably very, very strong. Although I'm not sure. Is it going to be? Maybe we can just. Maybe it's just going to be a draw, right? I think so. But that's really making a draw from a position of strength there. Very nice. Very nice. Now let's have a look. Oh, 59 seconds. Oh, but it's getting really difficult now. It's rookie 2, rookie 3. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you've got to say that the Black players have played it brilliantly, but yeah, Supratit and Luke have played a gorgeous game actually. Really deep tactics. What can you say? I mean, sometimes you just got to say, yeah, this was just too much somehow. Really tough to hold this one together now. That pawn is going to run. That's always the problem there with outside pass pawns when you've got knights. You have knight and bishop or 2 bishops, then you can always do something. But 2 knights is just really tough. But yeah, great fight all the same. Really great fight. So it looks like Supratit and Luke are going to go on to 2 out of 2 there. That's what it's looking like at the moment. But there's one thing about Ali Reza, he never gives up. So always finding tricks. So they'll have to be careful until the very last moment. How about this one? What? No, I think that must be this must have been agreed a draw. I don't think Bishop C4 was played, allowing mate in 1. I think we had the draw there, and that'll be a draw for Chase Tessima and Malcolm Payne against Yuri Bedin and Nikita Vichagov. A thrilling game, absolutely thrilling game, brilliant. Yeah, just yeah. So G5, King G6. It's all quite smooth now. I mean, at some stage you're just going to play B4 now. Now, in actual fact, now that you've played Rook B2, C takes B4, you can play C3, and then A takes B4, and that's going to be finished in actual fact because it's one of those typical things that the king's too far up, so it can't really stop this, and they're going to come in thereafter. I think that's going to be very good. Or you could, yeah, you could also just do this. This might be even, this will also be very strong as well. So yeah, this one I think was a draw. And whoa, good Lord. Wow. I mean, I think miracles have been miracles have been performed here. It's not going to work in the end, but I mean, miracles are performed, and you know, you're going to have at least one more tricky threat to deal with, I think, before the end. I think that's you can promise this somehow. So I think you come back to e6, maybe, no, e3. Yeah. About 97, maybe. I think 97 has to be played. I mean, maybe you're just going to hope for one last bit of carelessness like that. E2 and you can't stop us queening, something like that maybe. But so this was indeed a draw between. I think that last move was not played. How about this one? This is, yeah, this b3 pawn is in a lot of trouble now. I think black's odds on to win this one, so that's going to be an important game there. Oh, it wasn't taken. Okay, yeah, it's tough position now, because we're going to. He takes d4. Yeah, I think we're just gonna hold it like that, and then it's just going to be very difficult for white to even move somehow. Let's have a look. Knight d3, king f1. Yeah. They just didn't quite manage to get the Luke and Supratit, you know, sort of short enough on time somehow. It was close, It was really close, but I'm sure Ali Razor, you know, sort of trying to think, can I somehow, you know, get rid of these pawns somehow? But it would be an enormous ask to be able to do so. Epic game, yeah. So Luke and Supratit beat Natasha and Ali Razor, but really epic game, I have to say. Well played both. I think you just got to say that that this team played beautifully, but yeah, incredible inventiveness from the black side as well to keep all this going. Must have been well. You can see how little time they had in the end. Very stressful. So it looks like Colm and Gawain are going to repair their first round loss and get a win there. And it looks like this is looking. It's just very difficult for white. I think but okay, it's not finished yet. I mean, every time I keep on thinking, oh, you're gonna lose a couple of your pawns, but it's not so clear somehow. So yeah, well, I mean, Jeremy and Nicholas fought very hard in the first game, and so yeah, you know, just oh wow. So what happened there? That's g4, rook a5, rook a1. Was that really? I was kind of expecting rook b6 to cover everything, but just, yeah, it was too late. King h6, rook h7. Look at that. Well. I mean, that's quite amazing, right? That you've got the youngest team in the you know, a 10-year-old and I think Nishra is 16 or 15, even maybe even younger actually. But let me just have a quick check. Actually, I should have. He is born in 2009, so he is. Oh, good lord, he's all of 16 now. But I mean, they just swapped off the queens and then won the position without queens somehow. Really very impressive. And I'm sure that Badana was incredibly happy when the queens came off, and yeah, just the sort of position that she plays all the time. As said, that just very unusual, type of style for a 10-year-old. Quite extraordinary, in actual fact. I mean, in all fairness, when people got some comments recently about, oh, where are the good English players? Young players nowadays. Well, I mean, look at this, right? You've got Badana, 10, playing a game like this, and you've got Supratit and Luke playing absolutely beautifully. And I mean, you see how they're playing in the Open, and then you've got it's not those are the most I guess the most known juniors, but you've got people like Stanley Badaccioni, you've got Kai as well, who's playing here, and a whole series of names, that that are just really really strong. So I think I think English chess has never been as well placed as it is now with the young generation. So it just does you a lot of pleasure, really, seeing that somehow. So Colm, Gawain and Colm beat Mickey and Chris there. I think it was just the wrong type of opening for Chris and Mickey, really, and it just wasn't really what just didn't suit them particularly, and just got very difficult to do anything. But smooth performance from Colm and Gawain, experienced pair. I think they've played together quite a bit before, and did that very well. Now, this is getting quite thrilling. The clock's running down somehow. And what's happening here? Well, I've said that it's very difficult to convert games in pair chess. And well, I think you're seeing an example here because this has gone bananas. So this is a very clever move. Bishop c6, we go e2 there. So you can't do that. So now you've got to find a move, and oh, is he? I don't know. Yeah, I guess rook e7 would be the most obvious. Just keep an eye on that pawn. And that was played, I think. Well, bishop d3 was played, f5, and then rook e7. Yeah, obviously, if you take this one, then here. So what is happening here? Lord knows. Bishop g2 played to cover. So I guess we are going to, king e3. Oh, we can go rook e3, right? We can go rook e3. Or we can go bishop f5 here even. Rook h7. Oh, that's risky. E2, rook e6. Oh, my goodness, what's happening here? Maybe it's just all going to end up as a draw. I think so. I think now, probably now is the moment to play rook a7 and offer a draw, I think, and just say we've had enough excitement here to last us a decade. Oh my goodness! Wow, that was incredible. God, these Jeremy and Nicholas are defending like lunatics. They really are. I mean, to be honest, I think they were maybe even winning against Daniel and Sam when they took the draw in the first round, because that rook on g4 from Sam and Daniel had ended up getting really trapped on g4. But I guess that this is going to be a draw now. It is, and so there we are. So let's have a look what the scores on the doors are there. So we've got it hasn't quite been updated yet. We've got Supratit and Luke on 2. Let me just give a little refresh there. Yeah, no. We've got Supratit and Luke on 2. We've got Badana, Raiko, Justin. No. Sorry, we got Supratit on and Luke on 2, and then we got Badana and Mish and Abimayu and Raiko and Nordibek on 1.5, and I think that's the lot. Amazingly enough, I think that's correct somehow, and then a whole group on 1 somehow. Now, so that's really, really good. So I'm just doing a little bit of social media there. So yeah, let's just refresh and hopefully we'll get all of the scores there. Yeah, no, still hasn't been updated, but that'll be there. So let's have a look. When does the third round start? 17 minutes, no rest for the wicked. So I'm not going to leave there. I'm just going to keep looking. And yeah, I mean, this probably, I think, the game of the round. I mean, I have to say that in terms of quality, you're looking at this game here was super, really great game. And I think that also Badana and Abimayu, you know, really, really excellent games. Those. This one was gets the time scramble finish prize, but this one was quite gorgeous. I mean, let's just run through that one for a bit of fun. Bishop d2. So it looks like white's controlling it, and then it just goes bananas really with h6, a6. That's a good move. G5 and g4, and yeah, it's not so easy for white to get things going somehow. And this was a strange move, this rook a2. Wonder why he played rook a2 actually. Wonder whether just yeah, there must have been a subtle reason for it, but yeah, I don't quite understand it. Maybe he wanted to be defending laterally at some stage. I don't know. It's a bit of a strange move, but this was a really nice idea. This one, you know, to put the knight on h2 and then play bishop g4, and then this was a lovely little switchback, and then you know the sacrifice happens here. Everything gets opened, and what I really liked was, you know, you could just take the draw by a repetition there, but actually the black players went on just a little bit more and forced white to find this this draw here. So really, really nice, really really good fun there. So absolutely brilliant. So I'm just keeping an eye on just to make sure that it really is starting in another 15 minutes. That's really good. Just intrigued actually. Let's have a look, shall we? What did the engine say? Oh, the engine thought that black was better there. In fact, that's and after b5, he wants the repetition too. What did he? Oh, just king a7. That's what the engine did. That's clever, isn't it? Rook b1, rook b8, and then afterwards the queen's coming into h2. Wow. So wow, Chase and Malcolm came so close, but still brilliant all the same. Wonderful game, wonderful game. I'm a little bit intrigued actually as to in this position, what did the engines think? Because I thought this was, well, the engines were sort of a nice advantage for white, but f7. To see, I was thinking of rook b6, but this is, yeah. Then they think that, I think in general that white's just got an advantage in this position. We can take this pawn and then keep on milking it. I mean, it's true actually, right? I mean, you want to play the move h3, and then it just occurs to me now, you want to play bishop takes b7, c8 to f5. It's not so much about winning that pawn. It's about coming around here. So yeah, that would have been quite tricky for black to deal with. But I think, you know, putting the rook on b6 early and trying to get the knight, maybe get the king out of the way, abandon the h pawn and run for the hills would have been a good idea there, a good practical idea. Yeah, and then I think we also have to to point out this one, which was a lovely little tactic. Really nice tactic, because I was only really looking at sacrificing on g6, and of course, you know, this doesn't work at all because the king just escapes. But now it's this excellent vision somehow, taking on f7 with the rook. So you bring the rook in to block the escape square, and now you take on there and give a check. And so the king can't escape, and then the only way would be forwards. And yeah, and that obviously leads to mate. I mean, you could go knight e4 there, but I would imagine that this is going to be incredibly painful. You can't get out of that in time. There'll be some sort of discovered attack that'll win. So I mean, that was a gorgeous combination. But I mean, the black players put up huge fight there, and I think you know, white players did very, very well to convert there. So really, very, very impressive indeed. So that's really good stuff there. So okay, I think what I'm going to do is we're starting in another 10 minutes or so. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to King A7 indeed. That's right. 1700. My goodness, that's excellent. Confer on moves. They make alternate moves, and they can have timeouts from 2 timeouts in the game to confer. So 9 and 1700. Yeah, no, it's really good. King A7 is really cool. Yeah, indeed. So I'm just going to put it on pause. I'm just going to have a little break. I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee and everything, and then see you in just a little bit. About 5 minutes, I think. 5-6 minutes. Okay, we are back, I think. Looks like. Great. Oof. Let me just get everything back. So I'm trying to deal with a chess base that keeps on crashing somehow. Oh, dear me. There we are. So we have got the final rounds, and the scores on the doors are, amazingly enough, Supratit and Luke are the only on 2. Then we've got Badana, Raiko on 1.5. And a whole group of players, Coleman, Gawain, Kai and Pavel, Justin and Lanier, Jeremy and Nicholas and Natasha and Ali Razor on 1, and then a few people on 1/2 out of 2. What's nice is that nobody has got 0 points. That's really cool. So what have we got today? Well, the big matchup at the top is Raiko and Nordibek against Supratit and Luke. Probably, arguably, the strongest 2 combinations. Although Badana and Abimayu would definitely give them a run for their money. They're playing against Justin Batsy and Lanier Dominguez, very strong pair as well. Colm and Gawain take on Kai and Pavel. That's quite nicely matched, I think. This also nice matchup, Jeremy and Nicholas against Natasha and Ali Razor. Jeremy and Nicholas have been incredibly resilient. Then we've got Daniel and Sam against Yuri and Nikita. That's going to be a very big contrast of styles. Daniel and Sam very solid. Yuri and Nikita quite aggressive. And finally, Chase and Malcolm against Chris and Mickey. So that is going to be very exciting. I think E1, E4, E5 has been played on the board. That's maybe ceremonial, I'm thinking, or a bit of testing, because nobody else has started. So yeah, it's funny. People asked whether Jeremy Hodgson is related to Julian Hodgson, and indeed that is true. So I think Jeremy is Julian's younger brother, but quite different in style. I mean, Jules was just a credible attacking player, non-stop risk, and Jeremy's much more solid and yeah, and all of that. So it's quite funny to see the contrast. Oh, this is quite nice, really, because both Supratit and Luke are King's Indian players. So this opening is made for them somehow. So they might end up fighting, of course, as to the exact system, but that they play. But this is yeah, this is quite interesting. Oh, mainline. Are we going to have a mainline theoretical classical? I'm not sure. No, I think Supratit normally plays with knight bd7. I think he normally does. I've taken on d4. I've seen this from Supratit as well. Oh yeah, of course he played against Shreyas earlier in the London Open Classic, but did not get a good position. So that's interesting. I imagine that that people have noticed that, and we'll see how that all goes. Hey, the Belgrade! Woo! That's trying to confuse the kids. I actually have in my time I've done a vast amount of work on the Belgrade. The reason is that I just got interested in it, and then a club colleague of mine at Amersfoort was looking for something to play. So I said, well, why not do the Belgrade? And then we just ended up looking at it even more as he played his game. So got lots of analysis on there. It's not very good. But the thing that attracted me the most about it was there was when I was a boy, back in the 1980s, there was a book by Tim Harding, I believe, about various openings, 4 knights, that sort of thing. And this position cropped up. C6 takes. How was it? Was it takes there? I think it was there. That's right. And Bishop G7 now. And I remember still have this diagram in my head, and I just thought, oh wow, what an opening! So I've always thought it was an absolutely amazing opening somehow, even though there are countless ways to equalize against it. but there's also plenty of tricks. So this is quite interesting. I wonder whether Badana's ever seen this. D6, that's incredibly sensible, I think. So yeah, but interesting, confusing little choice there. So what have we got here? This Coleman Gawain. We've got some sort of Gawain system, I think, where you give up the bishop pair, but somehow you've got that extra time that makes it hard for white to develop. I mean, Gawain's written lots of books, lots of courses. Coffee House Chess Repertoire is an excellent one. It's just a link, the Lichess link. I think you can just open it just like that. I don't think it's closed or anything. It's not an official Lichess link. It's a community link in Lichess, but I think it's open to everyone. I don't think it would be open just for me. Oh, okay. We've got a bit of a Varetti there. So very solid stuff. The reason I was saying ooh was I was just wondering about d4, but that looks all right. I think we're forking and probably getting away with that. Yeah, we'll probably be all right. Maybe, possibly. Probably. The reason I was just wondering about trying to trap the knight on the way out, but I imagine that that's not going to work. We'll do something somehow. So that must be fine. So this is quite a well-known position. I think it's in that same Reti course. So Queen b8 played, threatening d4, and now white can play either d3 or can also play d4. I played d4 a number of times, I have to say, and it wasn't great. I won through in the end, but yeah, and yet it was quite nice too. So interesting. Here we are. We've got Daniel's system. I said that that he liked Englishes with a knight c3, bishop g2, and playing the Botvinnik system. I actually prepared the Botvinnik system when I played with him in the Pro Biz in 2013. I prepared it quite a bit somehow so that we'd be on the same wavelength, and it's pretty good. Not bad at all. There's a good book by it recently called The Iron English by Simon Williams, who's played it a lot, and Richard Palliser, very good author. And yeah, they did a great job on that as well. And then we've got Chase Tessema against Malcolm Payne, and Malcolm Payne rather against Chris Clark, Michael Adams. Yeah, this F4 Sicilian hasn't worked out too well, I think. This bishop again, I think maybe it would be just a good idea just to exchange off the bishop, bring the knight into e5. That might be quite a nice idea. Otherwise, I'm a bit afraid that this bishop will get into trouble again somehow. Chase and Malcolm got it trapped in the first round. Ooh, 22 people on the stream. Lovely, thank you very much. So yeah, all very exciting. Let's go back to the top. Oh, okay. So what have we got here? That's a bit risky, isn't it? Isn't Queen b6 check rather strong here? I mean, there are some lines where you can do this, but I don't know. Is there a master's database here? Bishop f4. No, there's lots of games. There's several games here. So when knight h5 was played, queen b6 was played in one, king h1, then knight h5 they're playing. They're not taking on b2. I suppose knight a4 actually wins the queen. Yeah, that's why. Sorry, I'm really slow on that. I should have seen that like years ago, but it's just a weird one somehow. It feels like, well, it kind of feels like you've missed it when you play a move like bishop f4. But okay, moves like knight h5 are looking quite decent. d5's been played as well, interestingly enough. That just opens up the position a little bit more. But okay, interesting. It's kind of known this, so we'll see how that turns out. So, well, I think that Badana and Abhimanyu will be reasonably happy with that. You've been surprised, and you've got out of it with no loss on the clock, and a perfectly decent solid position, the sort that they like to play. So yeah, it's gonna go well. Bishop d7, sneaky little move. Just you're trying to avoid playing a6, basically, and you're trying to play slightly more useful moves. And you're going to be looking maybe for a bishop g5, or maybe a bishop f6, and just leave that knight on there for a little while. So Gawain and Colm are playing very, very fast. Kai and Pavel are a little bit behind on time there. So I guess rook e8 is the obvious thing. And I suppose white plays a move like c3 maybe. It maybe starts thinking about going h4, queen d2, bishop h6, lining up. It's a very, very simple system somehow. Yeah, that's I was just about to say that. That's why it's probably a good idea to try and mix things up a little bit. But okay, you're threatening the pawn on b2. Whoops, knight on d4. But it does mean that this one is essentially gone somehow. So you could try. I'm wondering whether c3 would be so silly here. Queen b2, and then maybe queen f3 or queen d3. One of those two. I suppose you could try and do something like this. Maybe you should. I'm just wondering whether I could also go bishop e7, of course. Bishop f8, something like that. c3 was played, and bishop d4 has been played. Wow. That's an interesting move. So after c takes d4, are you going to play something like f6, maybe? Is that your idea? And then rook f7? Maybe that's the idea. I guess that's the idea. Yeah, not crazy. Not crazy somehow. Very unexpected move to take like that with your precious dark square bishop, but you're just aiming for a holding structure, and then you're going to claim that you can just start winning the pawns. It's maybe quite strong. Could even be very strong, this, actually. Whoa, it's all gone bananas. Oh, but it's not gone bananas in a good way for black, I think. Well, you've got to be careful. If you take there, I'll just simply take, I guess, and queen b7, rook f6, and check and mate. So that's pretty good. Oh yeah, thank you. Yes, Sudash Sharangan. It's indeed, yeah, Issa Craft. Yeah, you were quicker than me. I'm sorry about that. It's yes, that's good. Thanks for answering that question, Issa Craft. It's players alternating. So queen b7. I fear that there's something nasty could happen here, because we're probably going to just play knight b. Oh, ha ha. Oof, how is that going to go? So I mean, first of all, e takes d. Queen b7 has been played, so now we have to decide on a move. Probably this would be a good timeout decision if you're the strong player and you've got a particular idea in mind. I mean, oh, rook f6. That's the way to do it. I reckon Ali Razor did that, possibly, or did Natasha go for it? Well, actually, both are possible then. So gf6, queen g4, king h8, and now knight e4, maybe, I guess. I mean, yeah, knight b5 is also interesting, but knight e4 is quite fun. So, yeah, this is fraught with danger for black. Absolutely fraught with danger. So, I mean, we've got knight takes c5 and rook c5. Well, I mean, let's start with the beginning. D takes c3. We've got bishop f6 check. That's brilliant. What else have we got? Obviously, we've got a move like knight f6 followed by queen f5, which is just, fairly dangerous too. We've also got b4 just to chase away, and then we take on here. We've also got knight takes c5, rook takes. I mean, this is very scary. Very, very scary. I mean, the big problem is I mean, in which universe is black going to be able to resolve this this pawn, you know, by moving it or whatever? I'm not sure that universe exists. So it just means then that this is unbelievably difficult for black. But okay, we should probably try with something like queen d5. That looks like quite a good move. Very that you're maybe threatening to play f5, for example. So I mean, knight f6 would be the rook g8 has been played. Well, we've got some ideas here. Queen f5, queen f4. I mean, queen f5 looks quite. Because I mean, yeah, I mean, queen d5, queen f6, rook g7. You're not worried about anything because you can't take on e4 because of here. So I'd probably just play a move like b4 and just chase you away and then take this one. So yeah, I mean, queen f4 would probably be okay as well, but queen f5 feels a bit more natural somehow. God, so difficult for black. Queen e7, for example. I mean, I can just okay, that's maybe interesting. Then we could do it like that. I mean, this is the sort of thing you need, right? You need queen h4 played. That's also pretty good. Looking for knight f6 and keeping that attack along here. Also very good. A little bit less natural to me, but also pretty strong. I suppose what I like less about putting the queen on here is that on f5, the queen was also protecting my king somehow. And here it's somewhat out of the way, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't really like the stone wall with white. I have to say, stone wall with black, I think, is a good structure. The stone wall with white, I think, is too passive. I think Botvinnik English is better. Also, more interesting structures, I think. So that was definitely the one I'd recommend. Oh, actually, well, there's some loose stuff now. If I go knight f6, h6, this one is loose. Oh. Love to do something like knight g4, for example. Threatening knight h6, maybe rook d6. And then b4, maybe. Hard to believe you can really survive this, but it's, yeah, I mean, there's tactics. But that knight f6 played, that's a good move. So h6 will be, I think, more or less forced. And now, I mean, there's even e takes d4 followed by d5, right? That's also possible as well. I was going to say far from stupid, actually. I think, isn't this just totally winning? E takes d4. Then I played d5. The king's horribly caught, and this rook's terribly placed on there. I mean, that's certainly not a bad way to certainly not a bad way to play. Quite easy as well. Let's have a look. Sorry, I've got carried away here. So Daniel against Sam. Well, they've definitely managed to shake up this structure of white, but it's interesting. I suppose rook e1 is happening here. Then presumably Nikita and Yuri are going to play bishop f8 somehow, I guess. If that really is necessary, then that looks very very difficult indeed. So yeah, this looks like a difficult position. I mean, I'd sort of be thinking about this sort of thing somehow, just to and then bishop c3, you hold everything. Should be quite pleasant for white, this, I think. g4 g5 as well. h4 h5 I prefer, maybe. Should be pretty good. Oh, this has worked out quite well for white. So that light squared bishop has indeed given double pawns, and yeah, solid. Look at that. That's really solid. Brilliant. So so Chase and Malcolm really are looking very good here. Okay, so a little bit of going for a bit of counterplay. Obviously, d takes c4. There's d3 check. So you've got to play b takes c4, and then going to try and yeah, just try and wreck a little bit, basically. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could easily think of playing something like rook e1, queen a2, g4, maybe. Just start hitting on the king side there. Let's have a look. Sorry, the top game. I've abandoned this one a little bit. So bishop f4, knight h5 played. So we're still following theory. Bishop e5. Socrates likes this plan. Likes putting the knight on f4 like that. King h1, knight c5, rook d1, queen b6, and now b4. Wowzykins. So there we are. That's a move. So is this maybe... So let's have a look. Bishop c3 is one idea. Takes, knight e2, and then... Well, yeah, the problem is maybe you just maybe you just retreat with queen d2, and then you've just got everything in the world that you could possibly dream of. Oh, I think b4 was a blunder. I think b4 was a blunder. Oh my goodness. Well, that could be yeah, thinking a long time there. That could be very difficult for black. So, Badana and Abhimanyu are getting ready to do another grind. And I wouldn't put it past them. They've got quite a nice position here somehow. Really nice position. What does the engine say? Oh, he just says 0-0. I rather like it for black. So we will see. I think white's a bit under pressure here. So Colm and Gawain here against Kai and Pavel. So black's just playing it super tight at the back. And I mean, black's idea is simply if he can get a bishop onto here and here, then this pawn is doomed. I mean, he'd really like to do that, keeping a pair of rooks on, ideally. Might not be possible, but that's what he would really like. Oh, e takes d4 played bishop f8. Well, I think d5 is going to be very strong here played. Because after bishop g7, I can surely play knight h5 there, can't I? Takes, check, rook g8, and then rook c7, for example. Which is just going to be... I mean, there might be something else, right? I mean, I could also just play queen d6 in this position. So I'm threatening queen h6 check. Oh no, bishop c1. Sorry. Trying to be too clever there. Okay, rook c7, queen c7, but rook c7 is the best, I think. And so that's looking like close to a win, to be honest, and big time advantage as well. So yeah, Natasha and Ali Reza combining nicely. Yeah, so I think knight h5 is just winning here. I mean, you could no. Sorry. I mean, the point is, if knight h5 played, my goodness. Oh, there we are. So because if takes, we just take there, and then we take there. So looking very good for white at the moment. So yeah, still the black player's still suffering on this one. It's just a piece, really. I think there's nothing to be done. I think you just got to give it and then get on with your life, I think. But yeah, that's easier said than done, of course. I don't know what they missed somehow. Maybe just that move b4. Maybe it's as simple as that. So yeah, I mean, already some weird tactics in there. I mean, bishop c2 occurs to you somehow, yeah, with here rook e1 and here knight d3, and you're gonna win the exchange back. I mean, it's not good, I guess, but it's just, for example, g3. You could go here, takes, and here, and you're forking these two somehow. But yeah, okay, bishop d1. Yeah, it's just there just seems to be. It feels like there's. I mean, if I was white, I'd be feeling rather uncomfortable here. And the engine said 0 zeros, but yeah, don't like it at all. So rook a7. Yeah, I think I expect that the white players will be able to hold this somehow. But it's white that's got to be careful with that weak pawn there. Bishop b2 played. Yeah, queen d8 going to be played. Rook g8. Yeah, and as I said, rook c7 is the very best, I think. That'll be a very strong move. They've got plenty of time for it, so you would expect a move like that to be found. Yeah, played. So this is going to be, I mean, I'm just hitting a lot of pawns, really. You can vaguely survive a little bit, but yeah, this is very, very good for white. I've said before, never easy converting, yeah, but yeah, which should be good. And best, I think, is to play safe with a4 there, and just then bring the king in and just play gradually. Oh, Yuri and Nikita are giving it their all, and actually this pawn's looking a little bit weak. I think we need to. Not sure about this move f4. It's an interesting idea. Oh. Was that the idea? Were you aiming to play f5 here? Wow. It's so risky. Yeah, the only I'm just randomly seeing a line, and here and here, but yeah, I just can't believe that's a hell of a move to play f4, because that g4 square is suddenly very, very tempting. Yeah, the black players have organized themselves quite well here. Oh, let's have a look. It's all been done. Oh, queen c7. Starting to get interested now with g5 somehow. We can't go. Well, you could. I mean, actually, you could actually take there. Takes, check. Is a draw. I don't think we have more than that. But that would even that's possible already. And I mean, you might be able to just simply do something else, like Queen G4 or whatever, you know, and then just prepare to move your rook away and then win this bishop. It's a bit sort of desperate times for black, I feel. So okay, sacrifice the piece there. Down to 2 minutes. But I think they found a good way of doing this somehow. This is not going to be trivial. But the time situation may turn out to be rather crucial. I mean, I expect something like 92, and we're just going to just get this F pawn rolling. I would have thought that would be the best somehow. Bordana. Oh, we've got a dual threat there. Do we have a dual threat? It's not so clear. Bishop G2 is definitely a threat. I suppose you could go F3 because Bishop D5. You just take. Oh, then you take there. Ah. Oh, sorry. I'm not very fast today. F3. Oh, good lord. Hey, Gustavo. Colle Zukertort is definitely good. That's nice. I like those structures. And there are plenty of ways for black to play well against it, but it is a good structure to learn and to play. So Colle Zukertort, I think, is very good. So yeah, no, this just looks very good. It really is a double threat, this. Yeah, it looks like I think it's working simply. So yeah, the kids. I mean, maybe you could go rook e1. That's possible to play takes and here. That would work. Rook e1 would actually defend, I think, but and you're also covering this one. But oh dear me, what a mess. Bishop c4 played. Right, that's also good. My goodness, I'm slow today. But yeah, this is not particularly pleasant. King f7, and they're playing fast as well. So I mean, I think White's in real pressure on the real pressure here, and so yeah, I mean, it's a playoff. Oh, that would be great. It would be a playoff if Budana and Abhimanyu win. Then they get to 2.5, and if Raiko and Nordebek win, then they get to 2.5. Then Raiko would play a blitz game against Budana. It's interesting because Raiko's a fine blitz player, but yeah, Badana's extremely good as well. She won we saw her win the British, the UK Open Blitz Championship for women, age 10 with 13 out of 15, and she was incredible. Okay, so we've got this. Well, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they've Coleman and Gawain have managed to win a pawn there. So they'll lose the d5 pawn, but yeah, played well in actual fact, because that could have easily gone wrong, horribly wrong somehow. But I think they're just defending this absolutely fine now. So probably if anyone's got to be careful, it's white. You could imagine black winning the pawn and then maybe getting some pressure. This bishop's particularly bad, but no, it should be very good. Oh God, they've got everything. They've got the whole world there. So a4 was played. This is good technique. Got plenty of time as well. Bishop e5, knight e6 played. Oh, that pawn's dropping. Knight f4 back. Very nice. That's good technique, as you'd expect. And we're going to be playing rook h5 and trying to swap off the rooks there. So, yeah, it's very nice, really. I mean, you just sort of cover everything that way, really. I mean, these guys, Jeremy and Nicolas, held 2 endgames, a pawn down, but 2 pawns down might be a bit much. Very good move, rook h5. Not playing anymore. Shamviti Pati. Openings videos. There've been a few openings videos recently, but yeah, no, it's true. I've done a few less. Oh, that was the move. That was the move. I think that we're looking at a second win for the Natasha and Ali Reza Express. Amazing. Oh, they're carrying on. But I think that's going to be 1-0 quite soon. Knight c6 would be very nice here, threatening that, and also this as well. Played. I think it's time to resign there, unfortunately. So let's have a look. Oh, whoa, we've got a mess. We've got a mess. So they did the f4 plan. And actually, that was bishop c4. Wow. Okay. So it's just full messiness we're going for here. Bishop c4, queen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. It's got two pawns. Two pawns. Yeah, as always. B5 coming. Well, I don't know. I mean, queen g3 is natural, but then we go king h8. Got these two guys. We can go rook c1. I guess I go something like queen b2. Queen d2, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe queen d2. Go rook d1. I mean, even this somehow. I mean, I'm going to play b5 and c4, and I mean, the engine will tell you it's just winning and beat you every single time with it, but it is quite worrying somehow. They've done a decent job there. It could have just been total disaster, but it's not clear now. We've also got some people doing quite a good job here, so Badana and Abimanyu, but this is quite a clever plan that the white players have found. So just going to put the rook over to b3 to pressure b7. And I suppose that the king's going to move over to d7 c8 just to hold it. That would be a good idea, I think. But okay, maybe the white players are playing really well and keeping it together. That was not easy. So that's looking pretty good. How about this one? I think this one's just going to end up as a draw, basically. I think you are going to win that pawn, but then you will get the pawn to b6 eventually. And I hope that you'll manage to hold that. There are some things that make you a little bit worried, something like this, but it seems very hard to achieve simply. Well played, Natasha and Ali Reza. Brilliant game there, and brilliant attack, and that leaves Natasha and Ali Reza on 2 points. So unfortunately, for them, there's no way in which they can come first. But I think that both players will be very happy with that result. Just losing to Socrates and Luke, who played astonishingly well. Yeah, and that was a really close game as well. And otherwise, 2 rather sparkling wins. So this has gone totally bananas. Winning the exchange, but there's going to be, how many pawns has Black got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 pawns for the maybe 2 pawns for the exchange, but still, king's very weak, dark squares all over. Excellent. Oh, just replying to a message there on social media. Yay! So this is, oh yeah, this is really nasty for white. You're not actually even getting that pawn, are you? So okay. Oh, rook h5 and g5. Yes, indeed. So this bishop is in trouble. It can come out to e1. It can do that, but we are slightly worried. Well, I didn't see a mate. I didn't actually see a mate. That might just be my general slowness today rather than no, I don't see a mate. It's slightly surprising, really, but general law of chess is that Mickey always survives. But I mean, it's even moves like g6 here somehow are quite worrying. Bishop g5, queen somewhere. Okay, you somehow keep it together somehow, but yeah, obviously going to be very worrying. It's going to get tense. So let's have a look. Yes, this has gone exactly as I predicted. Yeah, tricky. That dark squared bishop is doing an astonishing job keeping everything together. I mean, you wonder whether you could possibly play a move like knight f4 and then try and you'll be hoping for some sort of sacrifices or further attacks with the knight. That would be probably the best thing, I think. And yeah, the question is whether you can find some miraculous way to keep things together somehow. It's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy. So yeah, this is just. I mean, the time situation is going to make it a bit tricky. These are tricky to play somehow, and yeah, I mean, neither of these players are of these black players are the sort of player who's inclined to give a draw. Badana certainly not. We know her very well, and yeah, and Emmanuel also not. So this is going to be a bit of suffering somehow, I think. B6, yeah. Yeah, there's still ideas, but got to watch out though, because this is quite a clever little idea that if you go bishop c4, I'll go b7, and then I'll be threatening rook f8 and there. But I guess that black will most likely play something like king e6 at some stage just to get out of it. Yeah, this is looking really bad. Oh, a piece has been won. It didn't go bishop e1. I wonder why not, actually. Don't know. I mean, it looks very risky, of course, but couldn't see how it was losing. It's also important the bishop, stops the queen from moving over. But now Chase and Malcolm are a whole piece up. So obviously things can happen in games. But I have to say queen f5 will be quite a move. You're threatening queen h7 and then rook f6 after. So it's a bit. It's all a bit scary. Oh, black's going for tight at the back. Pretty good. Now you just need a little bit of time just to get those rolling, and white might start getting worried. I wonder whether if I was a white player, maybe I'd think about just playing a4 here, just to make sure that this one doesn't just escape quickly. Then maybe look to play g3 and get a rook on the second rank somehow. And just gradually consolidate. I think that would be my preferred choice, I think. Okie dokie. Rook h4, king d8. King d8. So before, oh, are we going to have a repetition here? I find that hard to believe. Yeah, the king has moved out there basically. So now this might be getting a little bit tricky here because we're going to have bishop c4. Maybe we need to go rook e8 here and try and we need to create some weaknesses of our own, you know. And if e6, e5, then we sort of we come here and start trying to mate you as well. I think we need to. Oh, rook b8. I don't. Rook b8 was no. So it hasn't been played yet. I think rook e8 is maybe bishop c4, rook e7, bishop f1. Oh no, sorry, the rook's on b1, not on b2. Oh, he's played rook b2 now. Okay. Oh, I think rook b8 was. I think rook e8 would have been better rather than. I think you need to force those. I mean, I'd expect rather e5, but then you can sort of, you know, start thinking about. Oh, but you can go rook b6. But maybe I could just go rook e8 now. I think that's maybe Gawain putting that one in. But you know, maybe after e5, you can just sort of go bishop g7 and rook f8, and just, you know, really try and get at that king and get something in return. So bishop c4 played. Okay, this is going to get a bit scary now. Takes and then bishop f1, and I think you're going to have to come round to h2. Or are you? If you play b7, looks stupid, but I'm not getting mated, am I? YouTube is the main one, Gustavo. I do a little bit on X somehow as well, but YouTube's the main one. So yeah, I mean, I'm not a full-time chess player. I've got a full-time job, so just I just pick one and just try and do some nice stuff. So this might just be a draw, simply. I think, because I mean, you can do this, of course, but then I go b8 queen. So that's going to work. Oh, he's gone rook e1. Okay, yeah, that also works. Check, check. Yeah, that looks like it's going to end up as a draw. Well played, both sides. Yeah, very nice concept from Black in the opening, but well held. Let's have a look here. I think that Yuri and Nikita are going to get their first win there. Massive position there. Ah, so Michael and Chris putting up a huge rearguard action there, but I mean, I think simply take some rook c5 is a very nice way of doing it. Simply, you know, all the pawns are dropping simply, so I think that would be best. 24 seconds for Supratit and Luke. Okay. Oh, they're giving up a rook now. They're going to get in c4, but it's obviously not half enough really. So it looks like it's going to be Raiko and Noribek on 2.5. The question is, how are these guys doing? 1 minute left only for Justin and 3.5 left for Badana and Abhimanyu. But the pawns are equal, and yeah, it's probably a 0, right? I think even the white's slightly better in this position. Feels like white's been under pressure all the time. I suppose I'm just not very impressed with this bishop on b3 somehow, but yeah, no, they've done extraordinarily well, the white players. Just a question of whether you know, what time. I think probably black needs to try and move this queen side forward somehow. Try and that seems to be like the main way you could sort of make some room somehow. But yeah, this game has been agreed drawn. This game's still going. Yeah, I think that Malcolm and Chase are maybe going to get a win in this game. Wow, amazing. So so yeah, that's so the idea of this is the rook e7. We can play c4 and block. I mean, and if bishop d1, we'd probably start claiming we can go bishop f6, something like that. So that's the whole idea. This is a very sensible move, and I think you're going to look to go bishop d1 to h5 could be one possibility, or maybe bishop c2 takes h7. King coming round to a7. Oh, okay. So I think probably the black players are looking for b6 somehow. b5 even. Okay. I mean, they're playing for the win. So I mean, that's what can you say? This is just. I think it doesn't look amazingly good, right? I guess we take. I'm not quite sure how they want to take here. Maybe they want to do that, and to b4 we'd have rook d5. So maybe that's what they want to do. I'm not sure the king's getting out very easily somehow. King there would be nicer, but okay, we take on there. I guess that's what they're going for. It's not. It's an attempt. Oh, okay, b4. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe a very good move actually from white there. Just because you're going to go c4 now, and then you're going to have this a6 pawn as a weakness. Well, time's going down. Yeah, this is still looking very, very strong for Yuri and Nikita. This rook now very short of squares. Actually, completely no squares at all. So, whoa, oh. My goodness me. Oh, yeah, no, it should be all right, I guess. Yeah. Here we go, c6, king c3, king g5, king b2. That should all be winning, of course. Should all be winning. No, it's not. All of a sudden I was thinking, what? But no, it's not going to work. And well, that looks like Raiko and Nordibek will be the first on 2.5. So now it's a question of whether Badana and Abhimanyu can do the same. And I really thought they would, but Justin and Lanier have put up a huge fight. Really impressive. Really kept it together. They had so many little things to avoid, and they've done it. So I think White's better now. Yeah. No. Every time I think White's better somehow, but okay. Looks like they might just hold that somehow. So this has been a draw. We saw that. Oh, okay, yes. Yuri and Nikita have won. And now Well, yeah, it's an amazing job here, I have to say, from the defensive sides. But I'm afraid that it is going to be in vain. Now you mustn't go c8 because otherwise the black king is going to get there in time. But you go c5 and c6, and then you push the h pawn after. Here, and you go c8 queen. But be careful. Got to make sure you you get it all right. But now the pawn is just too far. Incredible to win by one tempo after that. It was so good. But that's nerves for you. That's nerves for you. So there we are. Well played, Raiko and Nordibek winning against Supratit and Luke. Yeah, blunder on move 16 there, 15. Just allowing b4 was, I guess, the key to that. And I think Supratit now has got to go, and at 4 o'clock he's got his last game in the Open. So my goodness me. So Badana and Abhimanyu are now playing to try and win this, and yeah, not going to be easy. I'm not going to lie, but this is kind of required for to share first in this tournament, and yeah, I mean the white players, very experienced pair, or very experienced Pro Biz player, Justin Bapsi, and yeah, I think the white players are gonna hold this, to be honest. Or has a rook e2 here? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness me! Oh God, my goodness! Oh, oh dear me! Yes, that's that. Well, that's put it all up in the air again somehow. I think that white is probably still holding, but instead of being super comfortable, incredibly comfortable now. Rather more fraught, but okay, you're going for counterplay there. That's far from trivial, this one. Rook h3, bishop e2. You're going to keep on chasing that bishop, I think. Chase the bishop. That stops the king from coming across there. That's good. And now we would really, ideally, in a just world, we would look for something like c6, but I don't think it's going to work yet. Maybe rook e5. Maybe that would be a good idea. Start with. Not easy. Oh my goodness me. Well, these kids are giving it a real go, aren't they? Oh, good Lord. Well, yes, Queen h2 check is a really unpleasant one here. King b1. Oh my goodness me. It's a draw. It's been a draw. Oh, dear me. Agreed a draw. Oh, what a topsy-turvy game. But well played, both sets of players, and well played, Malcolm and Chase. If you'd won that one, I think that would have been well deserved, but super played, Michael and Chris, showing great fighting spirit there to save a draw somehow out of nowhere. And now we're just left looking at the youngest players in the tournament. Well, youngest pair in the tournament, Budana and Abhimanyu, trying to convert this into a win. It's an extra pawn. Oh, rook g4. Oh, they are finding the meanest tricks. My goodness me. Oh, that's a vicious little trick. Oh my goodness me. Oh, that's a good reply. Oh, dear me. But we've got bishop b5 now, haven't we? Oh, it's just winning now. Bishop f1. Bishop f1 wins. My goodness, that's the move. Bishop f1 and Budana and Abhimanyu. They've played it. Of course they've played it. These youngsters know their technique. So it's just a win. It's just a win now. Amazing. I mean, I said that these young players were certainly not afraid of a good grind, and yeah, well, you've just seen it there, and you knew that they were going to carry on until the very end. It's just the way that oh, yeah. Black is victorious. Well played, everyone. Hard luck, Justin and Lanier. That was an unbelievable defensive performance. I really thought came so close to saving it, but I mean, brilliantly done, Badana and Abhimanyu, absolutely fantastic. I mean, by the way, Badana's got to play a game at 4 o'clock as well in the last round of the Open. She's already played eight games to a very high level, you know, and my goodness, what an energy Badana has. But incredible, but brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That was absolutely superb. So let's have a look. What are the scores on the doors there? So at the top, it's Badana and Abhimanyu, and then Raiko and Nordibek. So normally speaking, there is now a blitz playoff between Badana and Raiko. Interesting one. Raiko, as I said, Raiko's a very fine blitz player, but Badana is extremely good at blitz as well. So who knows? Supratit and Luke and Natasha and Ali Reza on 2 points. And then Coleman, Gawain, Kai and Pavel, Yuri and Nikita on 1.5. Then Chase and Malcolm, very entertaining games. They played Chris Clark and Michael Adams, Justin Bapsy and Lanier, and Jeremy Hodgson and Nicolas on 1. Then Daniel Lindner and Sam Shankland on 0.5 point. I think probably that first game where Daniel and Sam were playing so smoothly against Jeremy and Nicolas and somehow got a bit tied up in a mess. I think that probably had a bit of a, yeah. I mean, it's small margins in this tournament, and having a win, you know, in the first round would have set you up for everything else. But a draw where you're disappointed with it, I think, sort of makes it tough because, yeah, I mean, these pairs are really strong. And yeah, incredible, really amazing, brilliant, brilliant play there. So we are actually going to have a blitz playoff, most likely, as long as we're not. Yeah, well, Badana's got to play a game after. I sort of think that's a little bit cruel somehow. But I'm just going to check to see. Just let me. Or, just asking people if there's a special link for the playoff. Let me know. We are. We will see, or they might just add it onto there. But well, how did you like that? I think it was stunning, wasn't it? That was really, really exciting chess. I mean, we've had some great games and also some big drama. I mean, I think this was a very interesting game, the first round game, and yeah, I mean, I think this was really the game of the first round. Really, I thought that was a very, very interesting game. Then in round 2, I think with the players warmed up, this game of again between Supratit with Supratit and Luke playing absolutely unbelievably was really, really good. Yeah, Badana and Abhimanyu's win was extremely impressive as well. And this game of Chase and Malcolm against Yuri and Nikita was unbelievable. And this was a bananas time scramble right at the end, you know. So that's been really cool. And then, yeah, this was a bit of a shame that there was a blunder on move 16 there, but this was thrilling to watch, you know, from a sporting competitive point of view. This was a really lovely attack, I have to say. And this was just bananas as well, of course, you know. So it's really, really good. So that's been absolutely brilliant. And although I feel a little bit sorry for Badana having to play playoff game, and then she's going to go right into her game in the ninth round of the Open. Yeah, you know, it's I will be thrilled, of course, to see a playoff. I'm just refreshing a little bit and just waiting to see whether I get a mail or something, just to see where it's going to appear. Oh, dear me. Natasha said that she talked to Raiko before, and Raiko had said to her, "Oh, there seem to be a lot of strong kiddies around." So it's prophetic words indeed. But he's managed to best one of them, and now he's got to take on one of the others there. So very, very interesting. So just waiting to see how that goes. Ah, this is nice, isn't it? It's really a one-off event. I mean, there's in Holland. I used to play for a very long time in the Dutch Companies Championship, which was a championship for teams from Dutch companies with 4 players. And I played for my company, which was Sogiti, which is an IT consultancy bureau, quite big in Holland, a couple of thousand people. And at some stage, we had an amazing team. There was me, there was Dennis de Vreugd, who's a Dutch GM. There was Stefan van Bitterswijk, who's a Dutch IM. And Harold van Haringen, who's around 2250, a good player. And we also had, and I'm trying to, a Grandmaster, Harman Jonkman as well. So we actually had a team with 4 GMs and a 2250. So we did actually dominate, as you can imagine, for a few years. But of course, things change. And the nice thing is that even when we became a bit weaker, we still kept on dominating. And actually, the last year that I played, there was me, and there was Harold, I think, and then just much more modest players. I think you say 2000 rated, and we were certainly not the strongest team, but we still managed to win in the last round with a miraculous last result, and that was probably the most enjoyable victory of all, I have to say. Playoff. Oh, they've started. There we are. I do apologize. So it's Badana White against Raiko. I would have guessed that because Badana always puts her bishop on g2 in these Sicilians. So it's 2 minutes, and I don't know what sort of increment we've got. So yeah, White's just a little bit better. There. But okay, no real issues for Black, really. Just solid, just not particularly doing that much. So I guess Black will probably play the bishop to f8 there. I mean, White might think about a little h4 here, just to tease things open. Why not? That's possible. Yeah, that's been done. I think that's just the most a very easy plan, and you're just waiting to see what Black will make of that. Yeah, you play the pawn for h5. You go h6, then for the ending later, it's looking quite good. So knight e5 played. Just hard for Black to find a plan. Sometimes you can play f5, sometimes you can play d5, but neither of those are looking particularly likely at the moment. I imagine Badana will throw in a bishop b6 probably, just to be irritating. That's always the nice point about these lines. It's a very nice structure. This. Okay, rook d2 played. I think Raiko might play d5 actually. No, he's just waiting. Okay, so I think Raiko's just going to try and play kind of fast and just sort of try and outlast Badana. Yeah. I'm not sure about that strategy, but we will see. Yeah, I mean, the idea, I think, is to go knight d7, then it'll go queen c7, and then you'll be attacking that pawn, something like that. But yeah, f4, maybe you could have thrown in h5 first, but Badana's playing fast. I will say that Badana's an extremely strong blitz player. So it's now, I mean, she won the British Women's Championship, UK Open Blitz Championship for women with 13 out of 15. And I mean, there's some strong players in there. I mean, she really did not look in danger at all, ever. For his counterplay, little move. Ooh, Badana, that's risky. Ooh, that's very risky. That's not good at all. I think we're going to take like this now, and we've got rook e3s and bishop c5s. Oof, oof, oof. Oh, bishop d5 played. Yes, that's not right. That's not right. That's not good. I should just take him with the e pawn there. Because now we get to, okay. That was definitely a mischance there for Raiko. Because now I think, yeah, I don't know, maybe queen f3 here. Now queen f3, we've got rook e3. That would be unpleasant. Takes, and queen g2. Very nice from Badana, I think. Probably. This is still reasonably, well, no, it's not really. No. So yeah, Badana's just aiming to consolidate here. Bishop f2, then c3. Yeah, the knights have been exchanged, but now we're good, right? Raiko's a little bit ahead on time. I mean, this is decent in blitz terms. You know, the white king is a little bit weak. Black's probably got reasonable compensation. And maybe rook c6 here. Be a good one, shield the pawn, and maybe think, who knows, about something like that. Rook e4. Rook e4 is fine too. It's just always a little bit, you're always worried about putting your pieces on slightly exposed squares. So queen's attacking f5 as well. But that's why leaving the rook loose on e4. Oh, rook e2. Yeah, you got to be careful. The thing about Badana that you don't really think about attention. If you offer that she is going for the ending somehow, yeah. So yeah, king. Oh, that is a little bit tricky for white there. Be careful. No, blunder. Oh, Badana. Oh my goodness me. She saw the rook d4, but she didn't see rook e1. Oh no. Oh. I'm wondering whether it's totally over. Close to, I think. Oh, f5 played. Wow. King g2. Oh, that's another. Oh, that's another let off. But I mean, Black's still got reasonable comp here. Obviously. I think I would play b4 here, most likely. Stop that bishop from coming to c5. Maybe. Okay, rook e2. Not easy here. But rook f1, I think, simply, yeah. Oh, I think Badana's going to take that one, I think. Yeah, simply take, right? If queen c3, we go queen d5, and we're just gonna grab something, I think. Or actually, or should play queen a6. Oh, you're hitting it e2. Oh, sharp. Okay, queen c4 check now, and a6. Ooh, this is a7 now. It's gone. It's gone now. It's totally gone. Wow. Oh, there was some luck along the way, but do remember that Badana's 10, and she's played 8 rounds of of a tough classical open before this and played a brilliant performance. Well done, Badana, and well done, Abhimanyu. Played brilliantly together. I thought they played absolutely. Yeah, they are, Mr. Beads. They're Badana's got to play her 9th game in her classical tournament now in about 15 minutes. Yeah, she's only 10. So, but brilliant, absolutely brilliant. What a result! What a game. A little bit of luck there. Rookie 1 check was missed, but yeah, I mean, she just converted it like a true pro, simply. And of course, you know, just the mental toughness just to ignore the fact, because I'm sure Badana saw that, you know, and once she played the move, you know, to ignore it and just say, well, okay, I get another chance, I'm going to win it. It's really impressive. And yeah, I also have to say that Supratit and Luke were really, really impressive. Just one blunder actually against Raiko and Nordibek, but their first 2 games were very, very strong, simply. You know, and I have to mention, give a shout out, I think, to Chase and Malcolm for vast entertainment there, and I think also Ali Reza and Natasha were very good value for watching there. So very, very nice indeed. So yeah, I mean that was the tournament. I hope that you enjoyed this as much as I did, because I had an absolute whale of a time. But these are the final results then, with that extra game counting for Raiko and Badana. Badana and Abhimanyu Mishra, a team of a 10 and a 16-year-old, win the Pro Biz. Then second place, excellent performance by Raiko Vjatovic and Nordibek Abdusattorov. Great performances, Supratit and Luke, Natasha and Ali Reza. Then Coleman Gawain, Kai and Pavel, Chase and Malcolm, huge value. Great fun watching their games. Yuri and Nikita. Justin Babsy and Lenier Dominguez, desperately unlucky not to hold against Badana and Abhimanyu after a stellar performance, defensive performance. Jeremy and Nicolas, very tough, very hard to beat. Chris Clark and Mickey, and then Daniel and Sam. Really great games all round. Thanks very much, Zen Chess TV. Hope to see you around on more streams on this channel. Thanks very much indeed. Huge thanks to XTX Markets for sponsoring this tournament. Obviously, all credit to Malcolm for this brilliant idea of the Pro Biz, which he started, and it's been going for 12 years. Just a massive success. And yeah, well, I'm sure follow me on Twitter for the last round of the Open, and yeah, just a last huge thanks to all the players, the pros and the biz, and huge congratulations to Badana and Abhimanyu for coming out on top. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching.